Hello, and welcome to Sleepy Science. I'm truly glad you've arrived. Whether your thoughts are tangled from the day, your heart is quietly heavy, or you simply love drifting off to the soft rhythm of strange and beautiful ideas, you're in the right place. Tonight, we're going to float gently through some of the most mysterious corners of human experience. Not the stars above, but the stars within. We'll explore how your brain predicts the world instead of seeing it. How your memories rewrite themselves, like soft whispers over time. How the colors you see might not exist at all, and how the present moment you feel so deeply may already be gone by the time you notice it. From the illusion of motion to the silence that isn't really silent. From the ghost of free will to the fragile fiction of your own identity. This journey will take us not across space, but inward, through the quiet architecture of perception, thought, time, and self. No sudden sounds, no fast answers, just a slow unraveling of what you've always assumed was true. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what kind of light surrounds you right now? Is it the hush of distant moonlight sneaking through your window? The last dim glow of a bedside lamp, or something deeper, something quieter, a space within you opening to wonder? If this kind of gentle science helps you breathe easier or sleep deeper, please take a moment to like the video and tap subscribe. It helps more peaceful minds find their way here. Now, settle in. Let your breath slow. Let your muscles melt, and together, let's begin a calm descent into the dreamlike edges of reality, where sight, sound, memory, and time no longer obey the rules, and where the world you thought you knew begins to gently dissolve. Your eyes don't see. Your brain predicts what's there. You might think your eyes are windows to the world, little cameras that capture what's out there and send the images straight to your brain like a live feed. But what if I told you that almost everything you think you're seeing is actually a guess? A prediction your brain makes before your eyes even finish collecting the details, and that the real magic of vision doesn't happen in your eyes at all, but in your mind's silent rehearsal of the world it expects. From the moment you open your eyes in the morning, your brain is already preparing a version of reality for you to see. Not based purely on the light entering your pupils, but based on memory context, expectation, and patterns it has learned over years of waking up in similar rooms, seeing similar ceilings, and feeling similar sensations on your skin. It's not showing you the world as it is, but the world as it has been, with just enough updates to keep you from walking into a wall. Because the brain is not obsessed with truth. It's obsessed with efficiency, and accuracy comes second to survival. If vision were purely reactive, we'd be too slow to avoid danger or make sense of motion, because the process of seeing, converting light into electrical signals, routing them through the optic nerve, and decoding them in the visual cortex, takes time. And by the time your brain finishes processing what your eyes send, the world has already moved on. So instead of waiting for reality, your brain jumps ahead. It starts predicting what should be there before you finish seeing it. This is called predictive coding, and it's how your brain stays one step ahead of the present. Not by watching, but by expecting. It sends signals down from higher brain areas to lower ones, essentially telling your senses what to look for. Your eyes don't ask what's here, they ask, is what I expect still here? And only when something surprises the brain, when the prediction fails, does the system stop and go, wait, let me double check that. In this way, seeing becomes more like remembering the world than discovering it. You see what you believe you'll see, and only when something breaks the pattern do you truly notice the now. Consider how easily your brain fills in what's missing. The blind spot in your vision where the optic nerve exits your eye has no light, detecting cells at all, but you don't see a hole in your view. Your brain paints over it with whatever it thinks should be there. You're not aware of this guesswork because the final product feels seamless. Like watching a movie without knowing it's made of frames. Even blinking, which cuts off your vision for a tenth of every second, doesn't interrupt your experience. Your brain simply smooths over the gaps. But it doesn't stop there. It anticipates the trajectory of moving objects, like a thrown ball or a running dog, before your eyes catch up. It does this so well that sometimes it predicts motion where there isn't any, which is why optical illusions can trick you into seeing movement in still images. And this predictive nature explains something else too. Why you sometimes misread signs, mistake strangers for friends, or swear you saw something that wasn't there. Because your brain fills in the blanks based on what it expects to find, not what's actually in front of you. You might think your eyes tell your brain what's happening, but most of the time, it's the other way around. The brain tells your eyes what to confirm. This is why two people can see the same scene and notice completely different things. One sees the car coming, the other sees the child in the street. They're not looking at different realities, their brains are predicting different priorities. And here lies something profoundly humbling. Even your most vivid experiences are interpretations, not recordings. This prediction-based model isn't just a theory. It's supported by brain scans that show more signals traveling from the brain to the eyes than from the eyes to the brain, which flips the usual logic. Instead of seeing being a bottom-up process driven by the senses, it's largely a top-down process driven by the brain's guesses. In fact, around 80% of the input to your visual cortex comes from internal brain signals, not the eyes themselves. Your brain is constantly preparing an internal model of what the world should be, and the actual sensory data is used mostly to correct it, not to create it from scratch. You see this in action when you catch a typo only on the third read, or when you hear your name in a noisy crowd, despite not hearing anything else. Your brain filters and highlights what matches its expectations. Even the structure of your brain supports this. The frontal cortex, responsible for decision, making and expectation, sends predictive feedback to visual areas, essentially suggesting what you should be seeing. And when things align, you see smoothly. When they don't, your brain either adapts or gets confused. That confusion is what you experience in illusions, magic tricks, or moments of awe when the world defies your internal model. In a way, those are the only times you truly see, because they force the brain to admit it was wrong. Now consider what this means for your everyday life. If your vision is based on prediction, then your experience of reality depends heavily on your past, on what you've learned, believed, feared, and assumed. It means that a child and an adult, walking through the same street, might see entirely different things, not because their eyes are different, but because their expectations are. It means that people who've been hurt often see danger where there is none, while people raised in safety might miss the early signs of threat. It means that your worldview shapes not just your opinions, but your literal perception. If you expect people to be kind, you're more likely to notice kind faces. If you expect failure, you'll interpret neutral events as signs of collapse. Your predictions become self-reinforcing. And while this ability helps you navigate a complex world, it also means you must constantly update your internal models, or risk seeing a version of reality that no longer fits. This is why learning matters, not just for knowledge, but for perception. New experiences don't just give you stories, they reshape what you notice. They alter your predictions, and with them, your world. There's a deeper implication here too. If your eyes aren't cameras, but suggestion engines, then reality isn't something you receive. It's something you co-create. You're not just a passive observer waiting to be shown the world. You're an active participant, continuously assembling the scene you call. Now, based on the fragments your senses pick up and the predictions your brain supplies. And this challenges one of the most basic assumptions you carry, that what you see is what's there. In truth, what you see is what your brain believes should be there. And only sometimes, if you are lucky or curious or surprised, do you glimpse what's actually there. So the next time you're certain you saw someone frown at you, or swear the sky was redder yesterday, or remember a street corner differently, pause. Ask yourself, did I really see it? Or did I expect to see it? Am I reacting to reality, or to a rehearsal of it, playing out inside my mind? This question becomes even more vital when you consider how perception links to emotion, to identity, to truth. If your brain predicts your vision, then it also predicts your place in the world. It anticipates your role in social settings. It fills in what others are feeling based on limited cues. It guesses how you're perceived, whether you are welcome, whether you are loved. And those guesses feel like facts. But just as your brain can misread a shadow as a face, it can misread a glance as rejection, a silence as judgment. You live in a simulated present, fine-tuned for speed, not for truth. And that makes humility essential. Because knowing this, you gain power, not to control reality, but to question it. To ask not just what you're seeing, but why you're seeing it. To wonder, who built this version of the world I'm walking through? Was it me? My culture? My trauma? My hope? And if you can question the predictions, you can update them. You can slow them down. You can choose curiosity over certainty. When you do, something strange happens. The world becomes more alive, more textured, more surprising. Because you're no longer just confirming your expectations, you're learning, truly learning. You notice things you've overlooked for years. The softness in someone's voice, the way light reflects off an old railing, the shape of a tree that has always been outside your window. You become more present not by being more aware, but by being more open. And that, perhaps, is the true gift of understanding that your eyes don't see. It invites you to see again, to see differently, to see freshly. So the next time you blink and the world returns, don't assume it returned exactly as it was. Remember that your mind filled in that blank, that your brain is always editing, always guessing, always building the scene you walk through. And know this, you're not broken for being this way. You're not less human. You're more, because to realize you're predicting the world is the first step in participating in it more fully. Not just watching reality pass by, but choosing which parts to question, which to accept, and which to change. Because maybe the most honest vision you'll ever have is not the one your eyes deliver, but the one your awareness slowly, lovingly builds from the inside out. Perception is a controlled hallucination, and you are the dreamer. Have you ever stopped to wonder if what you see, hear, or feel is actually real, or just a best guess made by your brain? Imagine opening your eyes not to witness the world directly, but to interpret signals, guesses, and predictions projected onto a canvas inside your skull. That's exactly what your brain is doing, not showing you reality, but building a model of it, second by second, using flickers of sensory input and a lifetime of memory. This is why perception isn't a passive window, it's a controlled hallucination. Not the kind where you see things that aren't there, but one where everything you experience is a story created inside your mind, constantly being edited to match your expectations. Your brain is locked in darkness. It has no direct access to the outside world. No light, no sound, no texture reaches it. All it gets are electrical signals from your eyes, ears, skin, and other sensors. From this limited information, it builds a world filled with colors you can't touch, objects you assume are solid, and people you think you understand. The red of an apple isn't in the apple. It's your brain's interpretation of wavelengths bouncing into your retina. A melody isn't floating in the air. It's your mind organizing vibrations into rhythm and tone. Even your sense of self, the you observing it all, is part of this hallucinated story. Neuroscientists have found that the brain predicts what it expects to see before the signal even arrives, and then corrects or updates that guess based on what the senses confirm or contradict. That means you're not really seeing the world as it is, but rather seeing what your brain thinks it probably is. And the crazier part, you don't even notice the difference, because the hallucination is so well matched to your environment. It feels real. But when that prediction fails, like in optical illusions, dreams, or certain brain conditions, the cracks in the illusion become visible. This is why your perception of time slows down during danger, or why you might see faces in clouds, or hear your name in random noise. Your brain is trying to find meaning, even when none exists. It doesn't want truth. It wants usefulness. Your survival depends more on recognizing a pattern quickly than being perfectly accurate. And so, evolution shaped us not to see what's real, but what's relevant. A frog doesn't see still objects because it evolved to detect motion. A bat hears distance through echo. A bee sees ultraviolet patterns invisible to us. Each creature builds a version of the world tuned to its needs. We're no different. Our perception is tailored for our human experience, not objective reality. And here is something wild. Two people can experience the exact same event and remember it entirely differently, because the brain not only builds perception, it edits it based on emotion, context, and expectation. Memory isn't a replay, it's a reconstruction. Each time you remember something, your brain reshapes it just a little based on who you are now. So not only is the world you see a controlled hallucination, but your past is too. This is why eyewitness testimony is unreliable, why nostalgia distorts the past, and why we sometimes get stuck in stories that never happened quite the way we believe. You are dreaming, not in sleep, but in wakefulness. Just like a dream, your waking world is created inside your head. The key difference is that dreams are hallucinations unconstrained by sensory input, while perception is a hallucination locked in place by reality. You're not just watching the world, you're participating in it, co-creating it, filtering it through your beliefs, your past, your fears, and your hopes. Every moment is a blend of prediction and correction. Even when you think you are being objective, your brain is quietly nudging what you see and feel to match what you expect. Think of that, the color of your coffee mug, the sound of someone's voice, the shape of your own body. These are not external facts, but internal experiences shaped by your nervous system. You never actually touch anything either. At the atomic level, your atoms repel the atoms of the chair, your skin, the air. What you feel as pressure is electrical activity, interpreted by the brain as touch. The solidity of the world is a translation, not a truth. So what happens when the translation changes? In cases like phantom limb syndrome, people feel pain in limbs that no longer exist. Their brain is generating sensation with no input. In cases of schizophrenia, people hear voices that aren't there because their prediction systems are misfiring. In virtual reality, even knowing you're in a simulation, your brain responds as if it's real, flinching at danger, feeling nausea, even experiencing vertigo. Why? Because perception isn't about what is. It's about what might be. It's a guess, a dream, controlled, yes, but a hallucination nonetheless. And here's the strange beauty. Without this illusion, you couldn't function. If your brain waited for perfect data, you'd freeze. So instead, it guesses quickly, updates rapidly, and builds a seamless movie you call consciousness. But the cost of this convenience is confusion. You confuse the movie for reality. You assume your inner world matches the outer world. And when the two don't align, you feel fear, discomfort, or dissonance. But that dissonance is the clue, the tiny crack that reveals the dream you live in. You can't escape it, but you can become aware of it. You can learn to notice when your brain is filling in the blanks, when your memories shift, when your perceptions contradict themselves. That's not a flaw, that's insight. That's waking up within the dream, not to leave it, but to understand that it is a dream, a necessary one. And the more you understand this, the more empathy you gain. You realize others see a different world, because their brains dream different dreams. You realize conflict often comes not from facts, but from perception, from people mistaking their guesses for truths. You realize that even your beliefs are predictions your mind has decided to trust. So you begin to soften, to question, to listen, and maybe, just maybe, that's the first step toward real awareness. Not of the world, but of the mind creating it. Because in the end, you are not merely a person in a world. You are a world dreaming a person. Colors don't exist outside your mind. You might think you are seeing colors with your eyes. But what if I told you that colors don't exist out there in the world at all, and never have? Not in the trees, not in the sky, not even in a rainbow. Because color is not something light owns, but something your brain invents in response to invisible signals. When you look around and say something is red or green or blue, you are not detecting a built-in feature of that object, like its shape or weight. You are witnessing a private movie your brain is creating for you. One that starts with electromagnetic waves bouncing off things and ends with a story your brain tells itself. A story that feels so real you forget it's being made up in your head. You see, light from the sun is made of waves, and just like ocean waves, they come in different lengths. Some are short and bouncy, others long and slow. And when those light waves hit your eyes, they don't carry color with them. They only carry energy and a specific wavelength. But your eyes catch them and send that information to your brain, which then runs it through its own color-generating system, a bit like assigning a feeling to a sound or giving a name to a smell. So when you say the sky is blue or an apple is red, what you're really saying is that your brain took a certain kind of wavelength and painted it with a color label that only exists in your mind, outside your perception. There is no blue sky, only a certain frequency of light around 475 nanometers that your brain happens to interpret as blue. And if your brain were wired differently, it might have called that same light sour, or sharp, or square, and you'd have never questioned it, because you'd be living inside that version of reality. Even stranger, some creatures see different colors entirely. Bees see ultraviolet, snakes can sense infrared, and the mantis shrimp has over a dozen types of color receptors compared to our 3. Meaning, their experience of the world might be decorated with colors we literally cannot imagine, like trying to dream up a new primary color from scratch. Something no human has ever seen and no word can describe. And that's the unsettling truth. Your entire colorful world is not a window into reality. It's a carefully crafted hallucination, personalized by your nervous system, tailored by evolution, not to show you what exists, but to help you survive. Your brain doesn't care about what's true out there, it cares about what's useful in here. So it gives you color not as a fact, but as a function. To help you spot ripe fruit, recognize faces, feel warmth from a flame. And the illusion is so deep that you forget it's an illusion, just like forgetting that taste is not in the food, but in your tongue, or that sound is not in the air, but in your mind. If you doubt this, consider the dress that went viral online. Some people saw it as white and gold, others saw it as blue and black. And both were convinced they were right, not because their eyes were wrong, but because their brains made different assumptions about the lighting in the image, and those assumptions rewrote the colors they thought they saw, proving that perception is not just passive watching, but active prediction. And color is its most poetic trick. Colorblind people prove it even further. Some see no red or green, others see the world in shades of gray, not because the world lost its colors, but because their brains use a different filter, a different script for the same wavelengths of light. And this reminds us that the colorful richness we take for granted is not a property of the world, but a property of experience. And experience is always internal, always made, not found. Now, here's the real twist. The red of a rose, the blue of the ocean, the green of the grass, these are not qualities of the rose or ocean or grass at all. They are internal mental events happening behind your eyes, like dreams that get triggered while you are awake. And they don't live in the objects you see, but in the neural circuits that interpret them. Meaning the world you think you see is not outside you. It's inside, wrapped around your perception like a cloak that you can never take off, yet never quite feel either. Philosophers have struggled with this for centuries, and even today, scientists admit we have no way of knowing what the world is really like without the lens of perception. We are forever trapped inside a brain-made movie where color is not truth, but a chosen illusion, and this illusion is beautiful. It makes art possible, makes sunsets awe-inspiring, makes childhood memories vibrant and bright. But just because something is beautiful doesn't make it real in the objective sense, it just makes it meaningful. And meaning is something the brain is very good at fabricating. The next time you look at something red, remember that color lives only in your head. Nowhere else. It was never out there. It was always in here, projected on top of the world like a mental special effect. Not to deceive you maliciously, but to help you make sense of chaos and survive it. The universe has no use for color, but your brain does, and it's been painting your reality since the moment you opened your eyes. Not with brushes, but with biology, not with truth, but with convenience. And now that you know this, ask yourself, if even the colors you see are invented, what else about reality is only happening in your mind? Sound is silent until your brain hears it. You might think you're hearing the world exactly as it is, that every sound around you exists as a finished thing waiting to be caught by your ears. But the truth is far stranger, because sound, in its raw form, doesn't really exist until your brain creates it, meaning that the crash of thunder, the whisper of a breeze, or even your own voice isn't truly sound at all, until your brain decides what to make of invisible vibrations moving through air. This might sound confusing at first, but let's break it down like a simple story. Imagine you drop a pebble in a calm pond and watch the ripples spread. Those ripples are like sound waves, except they're ripples in air, not water spreading outward from a source like a voice, a clap, or a falling object. But if no one is nearby to sense those ripples, nothing gets heard, because what we call sound is not in the ripple itself, but in the brain's interpretation of it. Air doesn't hum with music or crackle with footsteps all on its own. It just carries pressure changes. Tiny fluctuations that compress and expand the air molecules around them, like invisible waves traveling from a source to your ear. Your outer ear catches those waves, funnels them through the ear canal, and vibrates your eardrum like a tiny drumhead, which then sets off a cascade of movements through the middle ear bones. The hammer, anvil, and stirrup, which amplify the vibration and pass it into the fluid-filled cochlea, a spiral structure in the inner ear lined with thousands of tiny hair cells. These cells bend with the fluid's motion and convert mechanical energy into electrical signals, which travel through the auditory nerve to your brain. And here's where the magic happens. Those signals are just coded pulses, patterns of information, not sound itself. Your brain decodes those patterns and decides, almost instantly, what they mean. A voice, a dog barking, a glass breaking, and in that moment of decoding, sound is born. Not before. This means the world around you is filled with silent waves, invisible tremors in the air that only become sound when processed through the incredible filter of your brain. A tree falling in a forest with no one around really doesn't make a sound. It only creates vibrations. It needs a mind to hear it. And your brain doesn't just receive these vibrations passively. It actively interprets them, adds context, fills in missing pieces, and even anticipates what sounds should be there. That's why you can understand someone speaking, even in a noisy room, or recognize a familiar voice on a poor phone line. Your brain uses memory and context to guess what's being said, and often hears the correct meaning, even when the physical input is incomplete or distorted. This process is so powerful that your brain can create the illusion of sound even when there is none. Like when you hear your name in a crowded place and turn around, or when a song gets stuck in your head and you can almost hear it playing. That's not sound from the world. That's your brain simulating sound internally, using the same circuits it uses for actual hearing. It's also why some people experience phantom phone vibrations, or even auditory hallucinations during stress or illness. The brain's predictive engine sometimes fires without external input. What's even more fascinating is how your brain organizes the chaos. Sound waves from multiple sources hit your ears at the same time. Footsteps, rain, music, traffic, and yet your brain separates them into distinct streams, like layers in a song. It knows which frequencies likely belong together and assigns them to one sound object. This is called auditory scene analysis, and it's what lets you follow one person's voice at a party, or enjoy different instruments in a symphony. But it's not perfect. That's why ventriloquists can fool you into thinking the dummy is talking. or why movie sound effects feel like they come from the screen when they actually come from speakers far away. Your brain links what it hears with what it sees and decides what makes sense. Your brain even compensates for delays in sound reaching your ears over distance. Thunder and lightning, for example, don't occur separately, but light travels faster than sound, so you see the flash before you hear the boom. Still, your brain syncs them into a meaningful event. It's less interested in when the sound truly occurred than in creating a useful story. Now imagine what this means for your daily experience. Every sound you hear, your favorite song, the voice of someone you love, the wind rattling your window, is not stored somewhere out there waiting to be discovered. It's assembled inside your skull, using raw data and mental predictions. It feels effortless, but it's a massive construction project, repeated moment after moment, and because your brain is in charge of what you hear, it also decides what to ignore. That's why you stop noticing the hum of the fridge or the ticking of a clock. Your brain filters out what it considers unimportant, so you can focus on what matters. This filtering can shift with your mood or state of mind. In danger, you become hypersensitive to sound. When relaxed, your awareness narrows. Even silence is not truly silent. In anechoic chambers, where all external sound is removed, people often begin to hear their own heartbeat, breathing, and even nervous system activity. The brain hates pure silence. It searches for sound, and if it finds none, it creates it. That's how deeply wired the auditory experience is. All this reveals a profound truth. Sound isn't out there, it's in you. What you call noise or music or speech is a mental experience created from motion in the air. And that creation can be shaped by memory, attention, culture, and emotion. A lullaby that soothes one person might annoy another, not because the sound is different, but because the brain treats it differently. This is why two people can listen to the same speech and walk away with different feelings. Sound is not just vibration, it's meaning, and meaning lives in the brain. It's also why music can move you to tears, or why the same song can bring joy one day and sadness the next. Your brain weaves emotion into sound so tightly that it's hard to separate them. Even pitch and rhythm, which seem objective, are deeply tied to biology and culture. Some languages use pitch to distinguish words. Some people hear music more like color. Some can't stand dissonance, while others crave it. Your brain's relationship to sound is not universal, it's personal. But this personal experience isn't just shaped by learning. It's also shaped by the structure of your brain. Different regions handle different parts of hearing, pitch, rhythm, location, speech, emotion, and they all work together. Damage to one area can change your experience of sound entirely. People with amusia, for instance, can't hear melodies. To them, music sounds like noise. Others might lose the ability to understand speech even though they still hear it. These conditions show that sound is not a single thing, but a collection of skills the brain uses to turn vibrations into voice and meaning. And like all skills, these can be trained. Musicians, for example, develop sharper auditory discrimination and even structural differences in their auditory cortex. They don't hear more, they process better. And this suggests something hopeful, that hearing, like seeing or feeling, is not fixed. It evolves with you. So what should you take away from this? That your ears are not microphones. They are translators. They convert one kind of movement into another. But the real work, the transformation from motion to emotion, happens in your brain. And this challenges the way we think about truth. If sound is something the brain builds, then hearing is not just sensing, it's interpretation. And interpretations can be wrong. They can be biased. They can be trained. They can be healed. It means reality is richer than you thought, layered, constructed, and shaped by the quiet genius of your mind. And in that understanding lies a new kind of power. The power to listen more carefully, to notice what you're filtering out, to explore why certain sounds comfort you, trigger you, or energize you, because those reactions come not from the world, but from the world inside you. The next time you sit in silence, and suddenly notice a sound: the ticking of the wall clock, the distant bark of a dog, the faint vibration of traffic. Remember that none of those things became real until your brain let them. They were just waiting in the air, like messages in a bottle, until you opened the envelope. And that should make you pause, not in fear, but in wonder. Because the quiet around you is not empty, it's full of signals, waiting to be made meaningful. And the most astonishing part is that you do it automatically, effortlessly, with every breath, every step, every whisper. You are not just a listener. You are the composer of your own experience of sound. And that makes silence not an absence, but a canvas. One that your brain paints with every passing wave. Nothing you touch is really solid, just electrical resistance. You might believe that when you place your hand on a table or squeeze a doorknob, you're making direct contact with something solid, something firm and touchable. But the strange truth is that your hand never actually touches anything at all. Because what you call touching is not about surfaces colliding, but about invisible forces pushing against each other. And the feeling of solidity is just your brain's interpretation of electrical resistance between clouds of particles that never truly meet. At the tiniest level, everything around you and inside you is made of atoms. And these atoms are mostly empty space, a dense nucleus in the center, surrounded by a fuzzy cloud where electrons move incredibly fast, forming the structure of matter without ever stopping to be solid in the way your senses suggest. When you press your palm against the wall, what's really happening is that the electrons in the atoms of your skin are getting close to the electrons in the atoms of the wall. And since electrons carry the same type of electric charge, they repel each other, like trying to force two identical magnets together face to face. That repulsion creates pressure, and your nerves register that pressure as touch. You're not touching the wall, you're floating just above it, separated by an unimaginably thin gap. And the sensation of contact is nothing more than the consequence of resistance between force fields that never merge. This might sound unbelievable at first, but it is one of the most well-tested truths in physics. No matter how hard you press, atoms refuse to let their electrons overlap. The electromagnetic force between particles is incredibly strong at close range, acting like an invisible cushion that keeps all matter from collapsing into itself. Even when you sit down on a chair, you're not resting on the solidness of the wood or fabric, but on the balance of forces holding you just barely above its atomic surface. Without this invisible pushback, you would sink through every floor, pass through every object, and fall through the planet, as if nothing were there. And yet, this invisible force feels real. It creates friction, grip, texture. It makes the world navigable. It gives rise to tools and textures, and the sense of resistance we need to move through life. But underneath it all, the world is not solid in the way we imagine. It's a dance of charges, a constant balancing act of particles, avoiding each other, building the illusion of firmness out of refusal. To understand why this illusion is so convincing, we have to talk about scale. Our bodies evolved to interpret the world at the human level. The level where a rock is hard, water is wet, and air is light. But on the atomic scale, nothing is the way it appears. The nucleus of an atom, where nearly all its mass resides, is 100,000 times smaller than the atom itself. If an atom were the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be a grain of rice at the center, and the electrons would be like a faint mist swirling in the outer seats. The rest is empty space, so when you press your finger against a surface, you are actually feeling the edges of this invisible mist bumping up against another mist. The firmness comes not from touching matter, but from energy fields, resisting compression. You don't collide with atoms, you hover near them and get pushed back. This changes how we understand everything from walking to writing to hugging someone we love. None of these involve true physical contact. They are all electromagnetic experiences, interactions between electric charges that generate the sensation of presence. Even pain from stubbing your toe, or the pleasure of stroking a soft blanket, is not caused by atoms physically bumping into your nerves, but by those nerves detecting the force of repulsion between electron fields. Your entire experience of the world is shaped by what your brain does with these signals. The force feels like touch, the resistance feels like weight, the smoothness feels like surface. But none of it is as direct as you think. This understanding doesn't make the world less real. In fact, it reveals how much more is happening than you ever imagined. Every object you see and feel is held together by invisible forces. Not glue, not threads, but raw energy that prevents collapse. And this energy, the electromagnetic interaction, is just one of 4 fundamental forces in nature. Alongside gravity, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. It's the one responsible for almost everything you interact with on a daily basis. It binds atoms, forms molecules, lets light shine and batteries work. And it's also what stops your hand from slipping through your desk as if it were smoke. Without it, there would be no friction, no surfaces, no resistance. You couldn't stand, sit, hold anything, or even exist in a body. You would be a drifting cloud of particles with nothing to press against. So when you reach out to touch a wall, or pick up a spoon, or press your fingers together, what you're really doing is experiencing the edge of something intangible, a force field shaped by probability and energy. The atoms don't crash together. They never even touch. What you feel is the push of energy saying, no farther. This changes how we see barriers, not as walls, but as invitations to understand force. It also shifts how we understand closeness. When you hold someone's hand, your atoms are not mixing. Your particles are not interlocking. What you feel is the invisible dance between 2 complex energy fields, each refusing to be broken, each shaping the other through pressure and distance. Even our most intimate contact is a kind of hovering. If this makes you feel a little disoriented, that's natural. It's not how we're taught to think about the world, but it's a powerful reminder that reality doesn't need to match intuition to be true. What matters is what works. And this invisible cushion of repulsion works incredibly well. Better than any material barrier we've ever built. It keeps our world structured, our feet on the ground, and our bodies from dissolving into chaos. It's not touch, but the end of reach. It's not solidity, but the resistance to collapse. And if you understand this, you start to see the world not as a collection of solid things, but as a dynamic balance of forces, constantly responding to each other without ever truly colliding. So the next time you put your hand on your heart, lean against a door frame, or run your fingers across something smooth, pause for a moment. Remember that what you're feeling is not contact, but the boundary created by nature's refusal to let things overlap. You are not colliding with the world, you are suspended above it, supported by invisible arms that never close the gap. And yet, those arms give you shape, motion, protection, and meaning. You don't need solidity to feel grounded. You don't need contact to feel connected. All you need is to notice the invisible space between, and know that even in that space, something powerful is always holding you in place. Your brain fills in most of what you think you're seeing. There's something quietly astonishing happening every time you open your eyes, something you rarely notice but constantly depend on. The fact that much of what you believe you're seeing right now is not actually coming from your eyes at all, but is being invented, completed, or filled in by your brain, which builds a visual experience out of fragments, guesses, and past knowledge so seamlessly that you almost never realize how much of your vision is made up. Your eyes are not recording devices, and your brain is not watching a perfect live stream of the world outside. Instead, your eyes capture scattered bits of visual information, details, edges, motion, light, and send them to your brain, which then assembles those pieces into what feels like a complete image of your surroundings. The surprising part is how little raw data your eyes actually provide. There's a blind spot in each eye where the optic nerve leaves the retina, an area with no light detecting cells at all. Yet you don't see a black hole in your vision, because your brain automatically fills it with what it assumes should be there. It does the same thing across your entire visual field, correcting for missing pieces, smoothing over distractions, ignoring things that stay still too long, all in an effort to give you a stable and coherent picture of the world. This constant filling in is not a flaw or a glitch. It is essential. Your visual system evolved to prioritize speed and usefulness over accuracy, because in a fast-moving world, hesitation can be dangerous. Rather than wait for perfect information, your brain takes what little it has and predicts the rest. That's why you can read messy handwriting, recognize a friend in the distance, or navigate through a crowd without consciously analyzing every single object. You are not really seeing everything around you in full detail. You are experiencing a mental model of your environment that your brain has constructed on the fly. This model is good enough for most tasks, but it also means that your perception is full of assumptions. You notice only what changes you focus on what is relevant. The rest is guessed or ignored. If you were to stare straight ahead and stop moving your eyes, you'd realize that your peripheral vision is blurry and colorless compared to the sharpness at the center. Yet your brain fills in the fuzziness, so you feel like the world is equally vivid in every direction. Experiments reveal just how far this can go. In one famous study, participants were asked to watch a video where two teams pass basketballs and count how many times the ball changes hands. In the middle of the scene, a person in a gorilla costume walks through the frame, beats their chest, and walks off. Despite the absurdity, half the viewers never noticed the gorilla. Their brains were too focused on the task and filled in the visual field with what they expected to see: people passing balls. This phenomenon, known as inattentional blindness, shows how your brain filters and completes visual scenes without telling you. You think you're seeing the whole picture, but you're only seeing what your brain predicts or deems important. It does this to help you make decisions quickly, to reduce the flood of information into something manageable. But it means you might miss what's right in front of you, not because your eyes failed, but because your brain never bothered to look. Another example of this is change blindness, when two versions of an image are shown with a brief blank screen between them. Even large changes can go unnoticed if they don't occur where you are focusing. A person might disappear, a building might change color, but unless your attention is directed there, your brain fills in the blank with what it thinks should still be there. It prioritizes continuity over accuracy. This happens in real life too. You may have walked past someone you know without recognizing them because your brain didn't expect them in that place. Or you might have overlooked a new poster on the wall you pass every day. Your perception is not a photograph. It is a mental painting, constantly revised with shortcuts, approximations, and selective updates. Even memory plays a role in filling in what you see. When you glance at something familiar, like your kitchen or your phone, your brain relies heavily on past experiences to recreate its appearance, often ignoring present details. You might not notice a missing item or a slight rearrangement, because your brain simply paints the expected version over the actual one. This allows you to move efficiently through the world, but can lead to errors, like misplacing your keys or forgetting if you closed the door. You didn't fail to see it. You just assumed, and your brain filled in the assumption as fact. Understanding this process teaches you a powerful truth: that your vision is not passive, it is active, interpretive, and constantly changing. What you see is not just what your eyes detect, but what your mind decides to present. And while this system helps you survive and function, it also means you must be cautious with certainty. You can miss what is obvious. You can be sure of something that never happened. You can remember what you never saw. The confidence you feel about your perceptions comes from the completeness of your mental image, not from the accuracy of your raw input. But this isn't cause for despair. It's a call for awareness. When you realize that your brain fills in so much, you start to look more carefully. You ask more questions. You pause before assuming you know what's in front of you. This awareness makes you more observant, more thoughtful, and more open to correction. It reminds you that perception is not the end of thinking, but the beginning of it. You don't see the world as it is. You see the version your brain builds. And that version is influenced by what you value, what you fear, what you expect. So the next time you glance around a room, take a breath and consider how much of what you think you're seeing is actually being invented behind the scenes. You are not just a receiver of sights. You are the painter, the storyteller, the filter. And in that role, you have the ability not only to witness the world, but to question how you're witnessing it. The gaps your brain fills can be useful, but they can also hide what matters most. And noticing that, truly noticing it, is the first step towards seeing with more than just your eyes. What you call now is just a mental approximation. It feels so obvious, so natural, that there is a clear moment called now, a single instant where the present lives and your life unfolds. But what if this now you rely on, the very thing you use to anchor your thoughts and actions, is not a real slice of time at all, but a flexible construction, a mental approximation your brain stitches together from delayed signals and fragmented perceptions, giving you the illusion of living in a precise present, when in reality, you are always floating in a fuzzy window. Your mind calls now for convenience. Unlike a clock that ticks with mechanical precision, your sense of the present is not a fixed point, but a blend of past and incoming data processed at different speeds, layered with memory, emotion, and prediction. The signals your brain receives, from light, sound, touch, all travel along different pathways at different rates. And instead of letting you experience them out of sync, your mind waits, buffers, and aligns them into a cohesive experience that you interpret as now. This means that your now is not a direct experience of the world's timing, but a useful delay. It is not where reality is, but where your awareness settles once the data has been edited into something that makes sense. This lag is not just a technical delay, it is a necessary one. If your brain reacted instantly to each signal as it arrived, your world would be fractured and confusing, with sights and sounds misaligned, touches disconnected from movement, and every moment chaotic. Instead, the brain merges all sensory input into a brief span of time, often called the perceptual present, a window roughly 2 to 3 seconds wide, inside which your experiences are grouped, like scenes in a short film. This window is wide enough to capture and connect complex sequences, like a spoken sentence, a hand gesture, or a series of musical notes, yet narrow enough to feel immediate. Within this window, your brain doesn't just receive the world, it narrates it. It decides what fits together, what belongs, and what story should emerge from what you sensed. In doing so, it constructs a version of now that is coherent and emotionally meaningful, even if it's not truly synchronized with the physical timeline of the universe. This is why athletes sometimes describe moments slowing down, or why a sudden shock can feel like time froze. Because your brain stretches or compresses that window depending on context, attention, and emotion. This mental now is affected by much more than just sensory delay. Your expectations and prior knowledge shape how long now feels. When you are bored, time drags, because your brain collects fewer meaningful events to fill the window. When you are engaged, it flies because so much is happening that your mind condenses it. Even your culture influences your perception of now. Some languages and traditions treat time as a continuous flow, others as a sequence of discrete steps. These frameworks affect how your brain segments experience, and in turn, how it defines now. In some experiments, participants asked to estimate time without a clock will report longer durations when isolated from sensory input, and shorter ones when flooded with stimuli. This shows that now is elastic, not measured but felt. Your brain tracks time, not with an internal stopwatch, but with patterns, rhythms, and changes in experience. And when those patterns shift, due to drugs, fatigue, age, or trauma, your now shifts with them. What's truly strange is that your brain can retroactively insert events into your sense of now. In certain studies, participants reported seeing an event before the cue that supposedly caused it, simply because their brain restructured the timeline to make the story cleaner. This backward editing, or post-diction, means that your awareness can include things that hadn't yet happened when the first signals arrived. It's not deception, it's optimization. Your brain is not lying to you. It is trying to offer the most stable and useful experience of continuity. even if that means rewriting the past slightly to preserve the illusion of a continuous present. Without this approximation, life would feel broken into flashes, like a strobe light revealing fragments instead of a smooth stream. So your mind sacrifices strict accuracy to maintain the illusion of being present. This approximation of now even helps define your sense of self. Your identity is shaped by the continuous stream of what you experience within that moving window. When that stream is disrupted by injury, illness, or extreme emotion, your sense of being a person in time can break down. People who suffer from certain neurological conditions describe losing the thread of time altogether, feeling like they're stuck in an eternal moment or disconnected from sequence. This reveals how deeply your sense of reality depends on the brain's ability to generate a stable now. Without that skill, memory fades, decision-making stalls, and emotional grounding becomes impossible. You don't just live in now, you build yourself inside it. Yet the flexibility of now also creates misunderstandings. Two people can experience the same series of events and feel entirely different timelines. One might feel rushed, another calm. One might think a conversation flew by, another might feel it dragged. These differences arise not from external time, but from internal processing. Emotional state, attention, fatigue, and belief all bend the shape of now, and because we trust our version of the present so deeply, we often assume others share it. When they don't, we misjudge, argue, or disconnect, not because of reality, but because of the invisible difference in how our minds have constructed the moment. Understanding this changes how you move through the world. It invites a deeper humility about your own experience. You are not seeing time as it is. You are seeing what your brain makes of it, and knowing this allows you to step back, to question your urgency, to pause when the moment feels overwhelming. It also offers compassion. If someone seems out of sync, distracted, or slow, it may be because their now is shaped differently. Their emotional rhythm is playing a different beat. Their attention is tuned elsewhere. Recognizing that your now is not universal helps you connect more honestly, with less judgment. So the next time you say something happened just now, remember that this now is not a single point in time, but a carefully arranged space your brain has built to help you make sense of life. It is a soft box into which your thoughts, sensations, and emotions are placed, sorted, and understood. It is not real in the way a second is real, or in the way a clock ticks, but it is real in the way that matters, as the space where your awareness lives. You do not live in the past, nor in the future, and not even in the absolute present. You live in the mental story your brain is telling about what just happened, and that story is always a few steps behind the world. Yet somehow, within that delay, you find presence, you find focus, you find meaning. And maybe that is what now truly is. Not a moment in time, but a bridge between what just was and what might be next, carried by a mind that is always catching up, yet never entirely left behind. Your memory rewrites itself every time you recall it, every time you remember something. You are not simply opening a drawer and pulling out a perfect file from your past. Instead, you are rewriting the story, layering it with fragments of now, emotions of today, and interpretations shaped by time, making memory not a recording but a living, breathing act of imagination, a reconstruction more than a retrieval. When you recall a moment, your brain reactivates the neural patterns that were involved during the original event. But this reactivation is not like pressing play on a video. It's more like sketching the scene from scratch, using the outline of what once happened, filling in missing pieces with current context, biases, and even imagination. Each time you do this, the memory becomes vulnerable, editable, and open to change. What you end up with is not the original moment, but a version of it. One that feels real because it is emotionally familiar, but not necessarily accurate. The truth is that your past is not fixed in stone. It is molded each time you touch it. This flexibility has a biological reason. The brain does not treat memory as an archive, but as a tool for prediction and survival. Memories are meant to help you make decisions, avoid dangers, and build relationships. Not to preserve an objective record, so your mind prioritizes meaning over detail, relevance over accuracy. It simplifies, generalizes, or adds emphasis, depending on how useful the memory is for the present moment. If you were frightened during an event, later recollections might exaggerate the fear. If something seemed insignificant at the time, but later turned out to matter, your brain may enhance its role in the story. Scientists call this process reconsolidation. When a memory is recalled, it temporarily becomes unstable, like soft clay. And during that period, new information, suggestions, or emotional states can reshape it before it is stored again. This process happens naturally and constantly, even if you're unaware of it. This is why two people can remember the same event so differently. Their memories are not snapshots of the event itself, but constructions built from different angles, emotions, and purposes. A conversation that felt friendly to one person might have felt cold or dismissive to another. Each person is telling a true story to themselves, even if the stories don't match. Over time, these constructed memories influence identity. The narrative you build about who you are depends on the memories you carry, and those memories are being updated each time you reflect. This doesn't make memory unreliable. It makes it adaptable. Without this ability, you would be trapped in old versions of yourself, unable to grow or reinterpret your past in light of new experiences. But it also means your sense of certainty about what really happened can be an illusion. Experiments demonstrate this in eerie detail. In some studies, people have been led to believe they saw or did things that never occurred, simply by being asked to imagine them repeatedly, or by hearing them suggested in a convincing way. The brain, eager to weave a coherent story, integrates these elements into the memory fabric. This is not lying. It's subconscious editing. The brain cannot always distinguish between an actual experience and a vivid simulation if both activate similar networks, so it blends them. Even something as subtle as the words used to describe an event can reshape your memory of it. If someone asks, "Did you see the car smash into the pole?" rather than "Did you see the car hit the pole?" your memory of the scene may become more violent. These suggestive cues sneak into the memory during the reconsolidation window and leave lasting imprints. This fluidity also applies to emotional memories. The feelings you associate with a past event can change based on how you view it now. A painful breakup might later be remembered as freeing. A childhood embarrassment might become a funny anecdote. When you recall it, your current emotions color it. This is one reason therapy can be so effective. It helps you revisit old memories with new perspectives, reshaping how they feel and what they mean. But this also means that trauma, if revisited in the wrong context, can deepen instead of heal. Memory is not neutral. It listens to how you talk about it, and it changes accordingly. Even recent memories are not immune. When you recall what you had for lunch last week, or the details of a conversation from yesterday, you are not accessing a perfect image, but an approximation reconstructed from fragments. You might swap details, confuse the timing, or combine separate events. The brain stores different aspects of an experience: sights, sounds, emotions, facts, in different regions. And when you remember something, it reassembles those parts like putting together a puzzle. But the pieces are not fixed. They shift, fade, and are sometimes replaced. So, each recollection is a performance. It feels familiar because the brain ensures continuity, but it's never quite the same. Understanding this does not mean you cannot trust your memory at all. It means you must hold it with gentle awareness. Instead of asking, "Did it happen exactly like this?" you can ask, "Why do I remember it this way?" Or, "What does this memory mean to me now?" These questions open the door to reflection rather than blind certainty. They remind you that remembering is not just a way of preserving the past, it is a way of shaping the future. The story you tell yourself today becomes the memory you carry into tomorrow. This insight can be empowering. It means you are not stuck with the version of the past that hurt you. You can revisit it, reinterpret it, and reframe it. You can build a kinder version of your story, not by lying to yourself, but by choosing which meaning to give the memory. You are not just a keeper of your memories, you are their author, and every time you remember, you get a chance to rewrite a sentence, to soften a page, to highlight what matters, and dim what doesn't. The past is not a photograph. It is a story told in motion, and every telling is a new creation, shaped by who you are today and who you hope to become. You can't tell the difference between a real and imagined face. Close your eyes for a moment and picture a familiar face, someone you know so well that every feature feels etched into your mind. Their eyes, their smile, the way their expression shifts, and then ask yourself, how different is this mental image from actually seeing their face? Because in your brain, the distinction between a face imagined and a face observed is far thinner than you might expect, with many of the same neural circuits lighting up as if what you're picturing is as real as what you'd see in front of you. When you look at a face in real life, your visual system rapidly decodes countless details. The shape of the jaw, the spacing of the eyes, subtle muscle movements. And this information travels through your retina, optic nerve, and visual cortex until it reaches specialized regions of the brain like the fusiform face area, a cluster of neurons dedicated almost entirely to recognizing faces. But here is where the line blurs. When you imagine a face, even with your eyes closed, those same regions partially activate, reconstructing the visual patterns of that face based on memory and expectation. This means your brain does not store a photograph of the face, but rather a recipe, a set of instructions on how to recreate it on demand. And each time you do, your brain builds the image almost as if you were truly seeing it. This overlap between real and imagined faces is why mental visualization feels so vivid. It is also why dreams can show you faces you recognize, complete with intricate details, even though your eyes are closed and no light is entering them. The brain treats a well-remembered face not as a passive memory, but as a dynamic reconstruction, drawing from the same networks that handle actual visual input. In studies using brain scans, participants asked to imagine a familiar face showed activity patterns remarkably similar to when they looked at that face on a screen. While the signals are weaker, since the brain is working without fresh sensory data, the architecture of recognition is the same. This suggests that the boundary between seeing and imagining is not as sharp as we think, and that our mental images are not just shadows, but active creations involving much of the same machinery as perception itself. The implications of this are fascinating. Because your brain uses overlapping pathways for real and imagined faces, it can sometimes confuse the two, especially when recalling events. Have you ever thought you saw someone in a crowd only to realize later you were mistaken? Or pictured a person so clearly in your mind that you felt sure you saw them standing there? This is because your brain's recognition system is biased toward completing the picture, filling in gaps with what it expects. When real sensory input is weak, like in dim light, or when you glance quickly, the brain relies on memory-driven imagery to make its best guess. If the guess feels vivid enough, you may believe you saw something that never truly appeared before you. This is not failure, it's efficiency. Your mind is constantly predicting what faces should be around you and updating its mental map based on partial evidence. This mechanism also explains why some people have extraordinary visualization abilities, while others struggle. The vividness of imagined faces depends on how strongly the visual and memory systems can synchronize. People with hyperphantasia, the ability to generate extremely vivid mental images, can picture a face with such clarity that it almost feels real. Whereas those with aphantasia experience little to no visual imagery at all. Yet both groups recognize faces in real life just fine, because recognition and imagination, while overlapping, still have separate strengths. Recognition depends on external input, while imagination must work without it, pulling from memory traces that are pieced together like puzzle parts. Face recognition itself is one of the brain's most remarkable talents. Humans can distinguish thousands of faces, even with small variations in lighting or expression, thanks to neurons tuned to patterns of symmetry, proportion, and detail. This ability is so specialized that damage to the fusiform face area can result in prosopagnosia, or face blindness, where a person can see eyes and mouths but cannot recognize who they belong to. Even their own reflection might look like a stranger. Interestingly, even in cases of prosopagnosia, some people can still imagine faces vividly, proving that the networks for face memory and face perception, though connected, can operate differently. It's as if the blueprint of a face remains accessible even when the live feed is broken. The blending of real and imagined faces also plays a key role in how we remember people. Every time you recall someone's face, you are not retrieving a perfect snapshot, but reconstructing it. Much like how an artist sketches a familiar figure. Over time, this reconstruction can drift. You may emphasize certain features, forget others, or blend traits from different memories. This is why people you haven't seen in years may look slightly different in your mind compared to when you meet them again. Your brain edits faces the same way it edits stories, for simplicity, meaning, or emotion. Sometimes, you even create faces you've never actually seen. The strangers in your dreams are often composites, built from bits and pieces of real faces you've encountered without noticing. This ability to blur the line between real and imagined faces is not just a curiosity, it's part of what makes humans so socially intelligent. When you imagine a loved one's face, your brain is rehearsing emotional connection. When you think about someone's expression, you simulate their feelings, helping you predict their behavior. These mental simulations allow you to empathize, to remember how someone smiled when they were happy or frowned when they were upset. In this way, imagined faces are not merely pictures in the dark, they are tools for understanding and connection. However, this blending of reality and imagination can also mislead. Witnesses to crimes, for example, may remember a suspect's face inaccurately, especially if they are shown multiple photos or asked leading questions. Their brain's reconstructions can morph over time, mixing memory with suggestion. This is why eyewitness testimony, though emotionally powerful, is often unreliable. It's not that people are lying, it's that their minds cannot perfectly separate what was seen from what was later imagined. Understanding this limitation is vital, not just in law, but in everyday life, where misremembering a face can influence how we judge and trust others. So what can you take from this strange truth? That your mind is not a camera, but a storyteller. When you see someone, your brain records pieces of data, lines, angles, colors, expressions. And when you think of them later, it reconstructs those pieces into something that feels whole. That reconstruction is never identical to the original. It is colored by who you are now, what you feel, and what. This is not a weakness. It's a form of mental creativity that lets you hold on to the essence of people, even when they are far away. The next time you close your eyes and summon the face of someone you care about, realize that what you're seeing is not a photograph, but a living impression, one that your brain shapes and reshapes each time you think of it. The fact that your imagined face can feel almost as vivid as the real one is not a trick, but a testament to the brain's remarkable ability to bridge the gap between perception and memory. And in that space, between what is real and what is imagined, lies something profoundly human. The ability to carry others with you, not as static images, but as ever evolving portraits shaped by memory, emotion, and imagination. The world you see might be rendered like a video game. What if the world you're seeing right now is not being displayed all at once, but only the parts your attention demands? Like a video game that only renders the area your character looks at, saving power by ignoring the rest. Because surprisingly, that might not be too far from how your brain constructs reality, updating your view only where needed, and filling in the rest with guesses so good you almost never notice. Your eyes may be open, but your brain is running the show behind the curtain, not just receiving visual information, but actively creating a coherent scene on the fly. The idea that your perception works like a full recording is a comforting illusion. In truth, Your visual field is built from snapshots, stitched together with memory, prediction, and focus, because the brain simply doesn't have the bandwidth to process every detail all the time. Just as a video game doesn't bother to render the trees behind your character's back, your brain doesn't track everything outside your narrow zone of focus. It fills it in with expectations based on what was there a moment ago. If you stare at a blank wall, your brain sees uniformity and keeps it that way, assuming nothing has changed. If you glance briefly at a crowded street, your brain grabs a few key patterns and paints a believable image around them, giving you the impression of seeing everything clearly, when in fact, you're seeing only fragments dressed up as a whole. This efficiency is not a flaw. It is a strategy, a way for your brain to focus its resources on what matters: sudden motion, faces, danger, movement, while quietly ignoring the mundane. The retina itself has a region called the fovea, a tiny spot responsible for sharp central vision. Everything outside that small point is blurry, but you don't notice, because your brain reuses information from recent glances to maintain the illusion of clarity. You can test this by looking straight ahead and trying to read something just a few inches to the side. It becomes a smear. Yet your brain assures you the world around you is sharp. The visual cortex patches the gaps, adding detail where there was none, using algorithms that resemble those in computer graphics, edge detection, pattern recognition, motion smoothing. In fact, video games take inspiration from the brain's shortcuts. Game developers know they don't need to simulate every leaf or cloud. Just the impression of them is enough. The same is true in your perception. Your brain constructs scenes with astonishing speed, not by rendering everything at once, but by focusing attention where it's needed and recycling or approximating the rest. Neuroscience calls this predictive processing. Instead of passively receiving the world, your brain predicts what it expects to see based on experience, and only corrects its model when something unexpected happens. In this way, perception is not a mirror. It's a controlled hallucination, refined constantly by error correction. A flicker in the corner of your eye breaks the illusion and calls for a render, just as a new level loads in a game when you turn the corner. The comparison grows more striking when you consider how much of your brain's activity is spent just interpreting visual input. Nearly a third of your cortex is devoted to vision, but even then, it cheats wherever it can. Peripheral vision is low resolution. Blinks are ignored. Repetitive patterns are smoothed, yet you feel as if you're walking through a rich, seamless world, because the brain's rendering engine is good enough to fool you. And like a game's graphics engine, it prioritizes performance over perfection. This rendering model is not just a metaphor. Some researchers suggest that the brain functions like a virtual reality headset, taking minimal raw data and building immersive worlds out of it. The delay between photons hitting your retina and you becoming aware of an image, about 1/10 of a second, is enough time for your brain to reinterpret and reorganize the data into a stable, three-dimensional scene. The rules your brain uses to do this, lighting, shading, perspective, object permanence, are not programmed by nature, but learned over years of interaction. Just like a game engine improves with updates, your brain refines its models with every new experience, adjusting how it predicts shadows, depth, and texture. This is why illusions work. They exploit the shortcuts your brain uses to save time and energy. A drawing of a cube looks three-dimensional even though it's flat, because your brain is so trained to expect certain lighting cues that it renders depth automatically. The deeper you go into this analogy, the more unsettling it becomes. In a video game, you are aware that you're navigating a digital world generated by software. But in real life, you forget that your brain is generating your world too. Not by inventing it from nothing, but by constructing it from limited input, filtered by attention, memory, and biological constraints. That construction happens so seamlessly that you forget it's happening at all. You trust what you see, not realizing that much of it was never truly there in the way you assume. That tree you glanced at, you only saw a few leaves. The rest was your brain's best guess, shaped by every tree you've ever seen. That room you walk into, your attention grabs the lamp and the sofa, and your brain paints the walls and corners in behind them. Reality, as you experience it, is the product of an engine that values speed and efficiency over completeness. And once you understand this, you start to wonder how much of your life is lived in rendered space. But don't misunderstand, this doesn't mean the world is fake. It means your experience of the world is a synthesis, a model your brain builds to help you survive and make sense of things. It means what you see is real enough to act on, but filtered through layers of expectation and assumption. The same rendering system that lets you ignore irrelevant clutter also allows you to navigate complex environments, recognize faces, read emotions, and drive a car without consciously noticing every sign or signal. Your brain makes reality manageable. It makes it feel full even when it is partial. That's not deception, it's brilliance. It's your brain choosing usefulness over precision. So next time you find yourself amazed by the graphics in a video game, remember this: the game you're playing right now, the one called life, has a rendering engine so advanced that it makes you forget you're not seeing everything. You're only seeing what matters, only what your brain can handle, and the rest is skillfully filled in by a system that has learned, over millions of years, how to make you believe in a world you never fully see. And maybe that's the most impressive simulation of all. Not the one on a screen, but the one inside your mind. Motion is an illusion created by frame-by-frame processing. Have you ever stopped to wonder whether the world is really moving, or if your brain is just stitching together a rapid series of still images and calling it motion? It sounds strange, almost like a magic trick, but your sense of movement might not be what you think it is. At its core, motion is not something you directly see, but something your brain interprets. Your eyes don't record video like a camera. Instead, they send snapshots, discrete flashes of light and position, to your brain, and your brain connects them in sequence, like pages of a flipbook turning so fast, they blur into a continuous animation. This means that what you perceive as movement is actually a clever illusion, built on timing, memory, and prediction. The world doesn't move in your mind unless your brain fills in the gaps. You don't see a bird flying, you see a series of wing positions in slightly different places, and your brain guesses the rest. That guess feels like motion, but it's a reconstruction, not a recording. Even something as simple as watching a ball roll across a table involves your brain predicting where the ball will be next and smoothing over any interruptions in visual data. This illusion is incredibly effective, so much so that we don't notice it. But you can catch it in the act. Think about old movies played on a projector. The film reel contains separate frames, each a static image. But when played at a certain speed, they blend into fluid movement. Your brain does something similar, not just when watching a movie, but in everyday life. Even reality is broken into frames, though you're unaware of it, between each eye movement, called a saccade. Your vision momentarily goes dark, but you don't notice the blackout. Your brain fills it in, maintains the illusion of continuity. Just like a magician distracts your attention during the trick, your brain distracts you from its own editing process. This is not a flaw in your design. It's a feature. Your nervous system was built for efficiency, and motion perception is a shortcut that turns fragments into flowing scenes. This shortcut is fast, reliable, and convincing until you learn to question it. Interestingly, artificial intelligence and robotics face the same challenge. Machines don't see motion. They calculate changes between frames. Engineers have to teach machines how to track objects by comparing image differences over time. Your brain does this automatically, using neural pathways in the visual cortex that specialize in detecting speed, direction, and continuity. But those circuits can be tricked. That's why optical illusions can show static images that seem to swirl or ripple. It's why a spinning fan sometimes appears to slow down or reverse. Your brain's motion detectors rely on timing, and when the timing is off, the illusion breaks. Even more fascinating, certain neurological conditions, like motion blindness, reveal the scaffolding behind the illusion. People with this rare disorder can see static scenes, but cannot perceive movement. Imagine pouring a cup of tea and only seeing the liquid frozen mid-air in different spots, with no sense of flow, like watching frames without the animation. It's a rare but powerful reminder that motion is not out there in the world. It's a feeling your brain creates. Now consider this: your sense of self. Your idea of a continuous you moving through time may also rely on this frame illusion. Just like vision, your awareness stitches moments together and creates the story of movement, of progress, of change, of life flowing forward. But if you zoom in, time is not a smooth river. It's a series of moments, and motion is the bridge your mind builds to cross from one to the next. Without that bridge, everything would feel disconnected. You wouldn't recognize cause and effect. You wouldn't understand before and after. So motion is not just about objects sliding across space. It's how you experience time itself. The blur of a car racing past, the sway of trees in the wind, the blink of an eye. All of these are interpretations, not raw sensations. And that interpretation depends on the brain's ability to weave stillness into flow. So what does this mean for your daily life? It means that what you feel to be real, the constant, fluid, moving world, is actually a mental painting, updated rapidly enough to trick your awareness. It means that motion is less about the world and more about your mind's need for story, for continuity, for meaning. If your brain didn't connect the dots, you'd be stuck in a world of flashes and jumps, like a scratched DVD. But instead, you live inside a masterpiece of smooth transitions and believable flow. That's not a lie, it's an interpretation, the best guess your mind can make. And most of the time, it's accurate enough to keep you safe, oriented and engaged. Yet knowing the trick behind the curtain doesn't ruin the magic. It deepens your understanding. You're not just watching life unfold, you're helping to compose it in real time. You're the editor of the story, stitching stillness into motion with every blink, every step, every passing cloud. And in that realization lies something quietly profound. The world moves, not because it must, but because your brain tells you it does. And the next time you pause to watch the wind ripple through grass, or a bird glide overhead, you might wonder how much of what you're seeing is really there, and how much is your mind making sense of the still frames, animating a world that would otherwise seem frozen. The illusion of motion isn't a flaw in your perception. It's the very reason you feel alive. You're blind to 95% of your visual field, but don't notice. If I told you that almost everything you think you see right now isn't actually seen at all, would you believe it? Not just a little bit of your vision, but almost the entire canvas of your visual experience, blurred, empty, guessed, or completely fabricated by your brain. Right now, as your eyes scan these words, or glance around the room, you feel like you're immersed in a full, colorful, vivid picture of reality, rich in detail from corner to corner. But that feeling is mostly an illusion. The truth is that only a tiny central slice of your vision is sharp and detailed. The rest is filled in, fabricated. Your eyes only capture a small patch of clarity, about the size of your thumbnail at arm's length, called the foveal region. Everything outside of that is a blur, a suggestion, a rapidly updated guess. But your brain doesn't let you know that. It smooths the edges, invents details, fills in colors and textures, and presents you with the convincing lie of a complete world. You think you're seeing it all, but most of what you believe you see was never actually seen. It was predicted, painted in by the mind's internal artist, working behind the scenes. To understand how you can live in such a huge visual blind spot without ever noticing, you need to know how your eyes actually work. Your retina, the light, sensitive layer at the back of your eye, is shaped like a curved screen, but it's not equally packed with sensors everywhere. The center is densely packed, but the sides are far less detailed. The blind spot is where the optic nerve leaves the eye, and in that spot, there are no light receptors at all. It's a literal hole in your vision, yet you don't see a hole. Why? Because your brain fills it in. It uses information from the surrounding area, assumptions about symmetry, and even your memory of the environment to fabricate what should be there. Try this. Close one eye, hold two fingers up side by side, and slowly move them apart. At a certain point, one of your fingers will disappear entirely from your view. Gone. But your brain will still show you an uninterrupted image. No warning, no flicker, no gap. The illusion of completeness remains. That's not just a party trick. That's how your perception works all the time. Your brain uses something called saccades, quick, jerky eye movements, to scan the environment. But you don't notice these jumps either. Between each saccade, your vision is actually suppressed. You move your eyes 3 to 4 times every second, creating momentary visual gaps. Yet your mind stitches these moments into a continuous stream. It's as if your brain is editing a movie in real time, removing frames, filling gaps, and smoothing transitions, all without you noticing. You think you are watching life play out continuously, but what you actually experience is a heavily edited highlight reel. This editing happens, not because your brain is trying to deceive you, but because full perception would be overwhelming. Processing every bit of light and detail in your full visual field at once would require massive energy. Evolution favored efficiency, not completeness. So instead of giving you the truth, your brain gives you a believable story, and it is a story good enough to help you survive. That's why you don't walk into walls or fall down stairs, even with most of your vision guessed or blurred. Even more fascinating is how you emotionally trust what you see. You don't feel like you're guessing, you feel like you know. You look at a friend's face, a street sign, a sunset, and you believe that the colors, shapes, and positions are real. But what if your friend's expression was different, and you didn't notice? What if a car was in your peripheral vision, and your brain failed to predict it correctly? These small moments remind us that perception is not certainty. You might not realize how little you see until something unexpected breaks through your illusion. Have you ever looked at a photo and noticed something you didn't see when you were actually there? That's because cameras don't fill in the gaps. They capture what's actually there. Your eyes do not. That's also why eyewitness testimony can be so unreliable. People truly believe they saw something, but often their brain simply filled in the blanks in a way that made sense at the time. The scary part, they're not lying. They're just reporting the story their brain told them. Now consider how this affects not just what you see, but how you interact with the world. You think you're aware, you think you're observant, but you are constantly missing almost everything. You might walk through a familiar room and not notice something out of place. You might stare at a picture and not see the difference between two versions unless it's pointed out. These aren't failures of attention, they are features of your perception system. The brain's job is not to show you the full truth, but to give you just enough to make good decisions. And it does this by ignoring most of the sensory input it receives. You are blind to the edges of your visual field, blind during eye movements, blind during blinking, blind where the optic nerve exits, blind in the dark, and yet you feel fully awake, fully aware. That's the miracle of perception, not its accuracy, but its ability to convince you that it's complete. Even artists and designers exploit this blindness. They use composition and lighting to guide your gaze, knowing full well that you won't see everything at once. Magicians rely on your attentional blind spots, distracting you at just the right moment. Drivers miss motorcycles, pilots miss warning lights. You don't see with your eyes alone. You see with your expectations, your focus, your habits. You see what you are looking for, and everything else vanishes into cognitive darkness. This is why you can stare directly at your phone, in bed, and not see your partner's expression. Why you can search your fridge for ketchup, only to find it exactly where you looked seconds earlier. The brain edits reality, not maliciously, but out of necessity. It filters what's unimportant and amplifies what matters, or what it thinks matters. The result is a world that feels complete and vivid, yet is mostly imagined. And yet, in this blindness, there is beauty. Because it reminds you that seeing is not about passively receiving the world. It's about actively building it. Your brain is not a camera. It is a storyteller. It takes fragments of light and movement and color and invents a world that you can live in, act in, trust. And yes, it leaves out most of it. But maybe that's the point. Maybe clarity isn't about seeing everything, but seeing enough to feel alive. So the next time you open your eyes and believe you see the full picture, remember that most of it isn't really there. And somehow, that makes the part you do see all the more precious. The brain edits your senses before you become aware. You think you are the one in charge of what you feel, see, hear, and experience. But what if every sensation you trust is edited long before you ever become aware of it? What if the version of the world you think you are touching right now is actually a carefully crafted product of your brain's internal newsroom, trimmed, filtered, rephrased, and sometimes completely revised before it reaches your conscious mind? That soft fabric beneath your fingertips, the sound of a nearby voice, the sunlight slipping through your window, all of it feels immediate and raw. But none of it actually arrives unfiltered. Your brain acts as a gatekeeper, not just processing the world around you, but pre-processing it, altering it, choosing what you get to know and what you don't. By the time you feel a breeze or hear your name or taste something sweet, your brain has already decided how that information should feel. You don't get the unedited footage. You get a story that's been cleaned up for broadcast, and that story might be quite different from what actually happened. This editing process is not a bug. It's a built-in feature, because your brain must protect you, not just from danger, but from being overwhelmed. There is simply too much reality coming in at every moment, so your brain must choose what to show you and what to leave behind. Let's start with how this works in time. You may think your experience of the world is immediate, but it's not. There's always a slight delay. It takes time for light to hit your eyes, for sound to enter your ears, for your skin to sense pressure. Then it takes even more time for your brain to process all that raw data. But you never feel this lag. Why? Because your brain edits out the waiting. It stitches together inputs that happened at different moments and presents them to you as one unified experience. In other words, your awareness runs on a time delay, but your brain hides this fact from you by rearranging events. Even more bizarre, your brain sometimes moves events around to make them seem more logical. For example, if you see a flash and hear a sound, your brain might shift the timing of the sound to make it feel simultaneous, even if it wasn't. This is not just a theory, it's been tested in labs, in experiments. When people tap their finger and hear a beep, a fraction of a second later, they eventually start to feel like the beep happened earlier, closer to the moment they moved. Their brains rewrote time itself to make sense of cause and effect. It's like a movie editor trimming clips so the story flows better. The story you call reality is built for narrative clarity, not accuracy. But this editing goes even deeper. Your brain doesn't just move things in time, it also decides what deserves your attention. Consider this. Your eyes take in a vast amount of visual data every second, but only a fraction of it ever reaches your awareness. Most of it is discarded. Your ears receive sounds from all directions, but your brain focuses on just the ones it deems relevant. Even your sense of touch is selective. Right now, your clothes are pressing against your skin, but you probably weren't aware of that until I mentioned it. Why? Because your brain filtered it out. The signal was there, but the editor decided it wasn't worth your attention. This filtering happens constantly. Your brain prioritizes novelty, danger, and things that match your current goals. Anything else is blurred out or deleted. This is called sensory gating, and it's crucial to your survival. Without it, you'd be flooded with so much input you couldn't function. But it also means your experience of reality is never neutral. It's sculpted to match what your brain thinks is important. In that sense, you don't see with your eyes or hear with your ears. You see and hear with your brain. Your senses are just the raw materials. Your mind is the final cut. Sometimes, the edits your brain makes are dramatic. In experiments with people who have damage to specific brain areas, researchers have found that they can still respond to visual information, even though they can't consciously see it. This condition, called blindsight, proves that your brain can perceive something and act on it without telling you it happened. It's like having a second, silent mind working backstage. Even in healthy people, similar things occur. For instance, when you're focused on something, your brain can make you completely unaware of other things happening right in front of you. This is called inattentional blindness. Maybe you've heard of the famous experiment where people are asked to count how many times players pass a basketball. And while they're focused on counting, they completely miss a person in a gorilla suit walking through the scene. They don't just ignore the gorilla, they literally don't see it. Their brains edited it out, not because it wasn't visible, but because it wasn't relevant to the task. The brain chose a version of reality that made more sense for the moment. That's the power of unconscious filtering. You're not just missing things. You're living in a version of the world that your brain constructed after removing everything else. And yet, despite all this filtering and editing, you rarely question the reliability of your senses. That's because the illusion is convincing. The edits are seamless. The soundtrack syncs with the visuals. The lighting looks natural. Your conscious self receives the final mix and assumes it's the raw footage. But underneath the surface, countless decisions were made. Your brain adjusted brightness. It balanced contrast. It cropped out distractions. It added emotional tones to voices. It boosted what felt urgent and muffled what felt safe. Even your sense of self, your internal narrator, is part of this editing process. Your brain composes your thoughts using sensory input, memory, mood, and expectation, all woven into a consistent identity. But consistency does not equal truth. You're not experiencing the world as it is. You're experiencing the world as your brain believes it should be. You are the audience of a show called Now, but you didn't write the script. Your brain did, in real time, with limited information, and a heavy hand on the cutting room floor. So what does this mean for your daily life? It means that awareness is not a passive process. It's a curated one. You don't just wake up and receive the world. You participate in its construction. Every moment you feel, every sound you think you hear, every texture you believe you're touching, it has already passed through filters you never see. This is not something to fear, it's something to understand. Because once you realize your brain is shaping your reality before you even enter the scene, you can begin to question your assumptions. You can learn to be more mindful, more observant, more curious about what lies outside the frame. You can pause and ask, what am I not noticing right now? What did my brain decide was unimportant? And you might find that beneath the smooth surface of your awareness, there's a whole world of hidden noise, quiet detail, and overlooked truth. That realization is not just philosophical, it's practical. It teaches you humility. It reminds you that certainty is often just the echo of an unseen editor working hard behind the curtain. And maybe, just maybe, awareness begins not when you sense the world, but when you question what your brain chose to leave out. Even pain might be a construct, not a direct signal. What if pain is not what you think it is? Not a raw scream from the body, but a story your brain decides to tell you. Imagine feeling something sharp, maybe the prick of a thorn, and believing the pain comes directly from your skin. But in truth, what you feel is not the thorn, not the damage, but your brain's interpretation of danger, urgency, and meaning. Pain, as strange as it sounds, is not a thing that travels from your wound to your mind like a bullet on a path. It is more like a decision, a judgment formed after collecting evidence from multiple sources, weighing context, and then choosing whether to alert you. Your nerves don't deliver pain to your brain. They deliver information, pressure, temperature, vibration, inflammation. Your brain then makes a choice. Is this worth bothering you about? Should you feel alarmed? Is it dangerous enough? Or perhaps, should this input be ignored for now? And once your brain makes its call, The sensation you label as pain bursts into consciousness, not as an objective measurement, but as a constructed experience, colored by attention, belief, expectation, and emotion. In this sense, pain is not just a warning siren from the body. It is a deeply personal, subjective narrative shaped by more than injury. It is shaped by you. To understand how pain works, you have to separate sensation from perception. Sensation is the data your body collects. Tiny signals fired along nerves, like whispers traveling up telephone lines. Perception is what your brain does with those whispers. And what it does is astonishing. In some cases, people have injuries with no pain at all. Soldiers wounded in battle who don't realize they've been shot until after the chaos has settled. Or athletes who break bones during competition, but continue playing without feeling anything wrong. In other cases, people feel excruciating pain in parts of the body that no longer exist. Phantom limb pain, where someone who has lost an arm still feels sharp, burning, unbearable sensations in fingers that are no longer there. How can pain exist without tissue? Because the experience of pain isn't tied to the body as tightly as we once believed. It lives in the brain. It can be triggered by memory, expectation, attention, or emotion. And just like your brain can imagine the sound of music or the taste of a lemon, it can also simulate pain, fully, vividly, and believably. This doesn't mean pain is fake. It means it is real in a different way than we assume. It's not the same as a signal being turned on or off, like a light switch. It's more like a painting, a complex composition built from multiple brushstrokes. Your brain factors in where you are, who you're with, what you believe is happening, and how much attention you're giving to your body if you are distracted. You may feel less pain. If you are anxious, you may feel more. Studies have shown that when people expect pain, they often experience it more intensely. Even the sight of a needle or the memory of a bad experience can heighten discomfort. In some cases, placebo treatments, sugar pills, or sham surgeries can reduce real pain, not because the body changed, but because the brain did. The belief that something helpful is happening activates the brain's own pain-killing system, releasing chemicals like endorphins and dampening neural activity in pain-related regions. Pain can be soothed by expectation alone, and equally, it can be worsened by fear. This shows how deeply connected your mind and body are, not just in emotion, but in sensation. The science of pain is now turning away from the idea of a simple line between injury and discomfort. Instead, researchers talk about the neuromatrix, a network of brain regions that collaborate to produce the experience of pain. These regions include the thalamus, somatosensory cortex, limbic system, and prefrontal areas, each contributing not only to how pain feels physically, but how it makes you feel emotionally and what you think it means. Pain is not one signal. It is many processes woven into one conscious experience. This explains why two people with the same injury can report wildly different levels of pain. It's not just a matter of toughness, it's a matter of interpretation. Their brains are running different stories, applying different filters, influenced by their history, personality, and expectations. And these filters are not under your conscious control. They are invisible editors, deciding what enters your awareness. Pain is one of the most powerful examples of how you do not merely sense the world, you interpret it. Perhaps the most startling part of this story is that you can feel pain even in the absence of any physical problem. Conditions like fibromyalgia, complex regional pain syndrome, and chronic back pain sometimes persist long after tissues have healed, or even when scans show nothing wrong. Doctors used to dismiss these cases as psychological, but now, many recognize that the pain is just as real, because the brain is still producing it. The nervous system can become sensitized, amplifying input, turning the volume up on signals that would normally be silent. In some people, the brain rewires itself into a state of constant alert, predicting pain, expecting it, and in doing so, creating it. In this way, chronic pain is not a signal of damage. It becomes the damage itself, a loop in the system that keeps running. even when the cause is gone. This is not your fault. It is not a failure of character. It is a reflection of how complex and powerful the brain's interpretation of the body can be, and the fact that it can also unlearn this pain through retraining, therapy, attention, and time is a testament to how changeable your experience of the world truly is. So, when you next feel a sharp sting, an ache, a burn, or a throb, pause not to ignore it, but to understand it more deeply. Ask yourself, what else might be shaping this moment? Is it just the injury, or is it also fear? Is it tension, expectation, memory? Is it coming from outside or from within? Pain is a message. Yes, but not a simple one. It is written in the language of your brain. And that language is rich with context. If you begin to see pain not just as a threat, but as a story your mind is telling you, then you may also begin to shape that story, little by little, into something more compassionate, more curious, and more free. Not because the pain is imagined, but because its meaning is not fixed. You are not at the mercy of your signals. You are the interpreter of your experience, and in that space between feeling and meaning, there is room to learn, to adapt, and to heal. Pain is not your enemy. It is your brain trying to protect you. And sometimes the most powerful healing begins when you teach it that you are already safe. Dreams and waking reality use the same brain circuits. Have you ever woken from a dream so vivid it left a taste in your mouth, a feeling in your skin, a memory you could almost swear was real, even though your eyes were closed the entire time? There's a strange and silent truth hiding in that moment between sleep and wakefulness, a hidden continuity that suggests something deeper. Your brain doesn't fully switch states when you dream. It reuses the very same circuits that it relies on to experience waking life, as if dreaming and reality are not opposites, but twins born of the same neural source, dressed in different costumes. This is not metaphor. Modern neuroscience has found that when you dream, your brain lights up in patterns nearly identical to when you are awake. Visual regions activate without any light entering your eyes. Emotional centers fire without any real-world trigger. Movement circuits awaken, even though your body lies still. And the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for logic and self-awareness, often quiets down, allowing the dream world to flow unedited, raw, and strange. This overlap isn't a glitch. It may be the very thing that allows you to practice, simulate, rehearse, and heal inside the theater of your mind. Your dreams aren't meaningless static. They are internal simulations, personal, emotional, sometimes fantastical, but running on the same machinery that builds your conscious experience. It's like reality itself is a form of dreaming that just happens to be in agreement with the outside world. To understand how profound this is, imagine your brain as a stage and both dreams and reality as performances playing upon it. When you're awake, the script is usually based on sensory input. The light that reaches your eyes, the sounds that vibrate your ears, the touch of the world against your skin. But when you sleep, the stage remains. The lights stay on, and a new story begins. One that uses memory, imagination, and emotion as its cast. Studies using brain imaging, like fMRI scans, reveal that during REM sleep, where most vivid dreaming happens, the occipital lobe, which processes vision, becomes just as active as if you were seeing real objects. The amygdala, tied to fear and emotion, can become hyperactive, which is why dreams often feel so intense. And the motor cortex lights up too, even though your body is paralyzed during REM, to prevent you from acting out your dreams. The only major difference is that the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which governs logical reasoning and self-reflection, is less active. That's why you might accept absurd dream logic without question, why flying feels natural, or why a talking dog doesn't surprise you. But the astonishing fact remains: the dreaming brain doesn't operate on a separate system. It just turns the dial, adjusting which circuits take center stage and which recede. Waking life is like reality with the guardrails on. Dreaming life is the same machinery set loose to explore the inner world without boundaries. Dreams are not echoes of reality, they're active constructions, drawing from the same brain networks that help you interpret the world around you. The default mode network, responsible for daydreaming, self-reflection, and thinking about others, becomes highly active during REM sleep. This means your sense of self, your memories, your feelings, your social bonds, they all get pulled into the dream world. You don't stop being you while dreaming. You just become a more fluid, imaginative version of yourself. And because these circuits overlap, dreams can even reshape your waking mind. Emotional processing is one of the key functions of REM sleep. People who are deprived of it struggle more with anxiety, irritability, and emotional regulation. Your dreams, bizarre as they may seem, could be helping you sort through fear, grief, love, and hope. Some researchers even believe dreams simulate social situations to help you practice them. Others suggest that dreams help integrate complex memories by replaying them in distorted, symbolic form. This means your dreaming brain might be solving problems, processing trauma, or reorganizing experience, all without your awareness. Dreams are not random. They are the sleeping side of the same system that learns, adapts, and creates meaning by day. Even more strange is the phenomenon of lucid dreaming, where you become aware you're dreaming while still asleep. In these moments, people report consciously directing their dreams, interacting with dream characters, flying, exploring, even experimenting. Brain scans show that during lucid dreams, parts of the prefrontal cortex, the region quiet during regular dreams, briefly reactivate. It's as if a part of waking awareness seeps back into the dream. This blurring of states supports the idea that dreaming and waking aren't binary, but part of a spectrum. Some dreams are more like waking than others. Some waking states, like daydreaming, zoning out, or meditative trance, are more like dreaming than most people realize. The continuum between sleep and wakefulness is fluid. Your brain moves along it like a traveler crossing invisible borders, taking familiar mental tools with it. This continuity suggests something radical. Reality as you know it may not be as stable or separate as it feels. If the same circuits can create both your dreams and your waking experience, then the difference may lie less in the source, and more in the agreement you make with the world around you. For centuries, philosophers have wondered whether dreams were another kind of truth. The ancient Chinese philosopher Zhuangzi famously asked whether he was a man who had dreamed he was a butterfly, or a butterfly now dreaming he was a man. In the light of neuroscience, this question is no longer just poetic. It becomes biological, because if the same circuits are used, then both dream and reality are simulations, built from memory, expectation, and interpretation. In dreams, the simulation runs independently. In waking life, it is constrained by external input, but in both cases, your experience is assembled, not received. Your brain doesn't open a window to reality, it builds a model. And sometimes it builds that model while you sleep, when no one is watching. Understanding this softens the line between fantasy and truth. It doesn't mean the world isn't real. It means your experience of the world is always filtered, whether you're dreaming or awake. So the next time you drift into sleep and wake to find yourself in a place that doesn't quite make sense, don't dismiss it. Don't laugh it off as nonsense. Pay attention to what your brain is doing. It is running the same systems that shape your reality, only with different instructions. And when you wake, carry that curiosity with you. Notice how your brain fills in gaps, how it invents meaning, how it rehearses emotions even in silence. The dream world and the waking world are not enemies. They are companions. They share tools, trade stories, and echo each other in form and function. Perhaps your dreams aren't just places you visit while unconscious. Perhaps they are messages from the same mind that builds your world by day, only sent in a language that doesn't need logic to feel real. And maybe, just maybe, learning to listen to your dreams means learning to better understand your waking self too. Your beliefs shape what you perceive literally. What if what you believe is quietly painting the world around you before you even see it? Not in a metaphorical sense, but in the most literal way your brain knows. By bending the signals, adjusting the volume of sensation, even filtering out things it decides aren't worth your attention. All based on what you already think is true. This is not science fiction or self-help talk. It's a neurological fact. Your beliefs are not just thoughts floating in your head. They are instructions your brain uses to interpret everything that comes in through your eyes, ears, and skin. Every second, your senses are overwhelmed with more information than you can consciously process. And so your brain, efficient, predictive, always trying to help, cuts corners. It fills in blanks, sharpens edges, and makes educated guesses based on your past experiences and internal narratives. Beliefs aren't passive opinions, they're active filters, bending your perception like tinted glass. You think you see first and then form a belief, but often it works in reverse. Your brain checks your beliefs and then builds your reality around them. Imagine you're walking through a forest and you hear a rustle behind the trees. If you believe bears live in the area, your heart might race, your muscles tense, and your eyes widen as your brain prepares for danger. But if you believe it's just squirrels, your body stays calm. The sound was the same. The interpretation changed everything. Studies in cognitive neuroscience show that beliefs can activate different brain regions before sensory data even reaches full conscious awareness. In a sense, your beliefs are setting the stage before the spotlight ever turns on. And it doesn't stop at sound or threat. Even basic visual perception is shaped by expectation. Experiments have shown that people literally see what they expect to see. If you're told a picture is of a face, your brain activates facial recognition areas. If you are told it is a fruit bowl, your brain shifts to object identification zones. The input is the same. The belief decides what it becomes. This isn't a trick of semantics. It's measurable, observable, and repeatable. What you believe changes what you perceive, even at the earliest stages of sensory processing. This phenomenon, known as top-down processing, is your brain's way of combining raw input with prior knowledge to speed up decision-making. It's what allows you to read messy handwriting, recognize a familiar face in a crowd, or understand a distorted voice on the phone. But it also means that what you expect to see influences what you actually see. For instance, in ambiguous images like the famous duck-rabbit illusion, what you perceive is heavily swayed by what you've recently seen or been primed to think. Even when two people look at the exact same image, their beliefs guide their perception down completely different paths. It's not just a visual trick, it's a demonstration of how our minds construct reality on the fly. And this construction isn't neutral. Your beliefs can enhance, distort, or even block out entire layers of sensory input. In one study, participants who believed a drink had alcohol in it behaved as if they were intoxicated. Even when the drink was non-alcoholic, their belief altered their perception, behavior, and even their motor control. Another study found that people expecting pain reported higher discomfort levels to identical stimuli than those who didn't expect pain. The belief came first, the experience followed. But how deep does this go? The answer might be unsettling all the way down. Your belief systems don't just affect isolated perceptions. They shape your entire internal model of the world, and your brain uses that model to interpret everything you encounter. It's like a virtual reality headset coded by your expectations. That's why people with different worldviews, different beliefs about society, morality, or even truth, can witness the same event and walk away with radically different interpretations. Their brains are not lying to them. They are doing exactly what they're built to do, filter the world through the lens of what they already know or believe to be true. This is why changing someone's mind is so hard. You're not just presenting new data, you're trying to rewrite the software that determines how that data is interpreted. Beliefs are sticky, not because people are stubborn, but because those beliefs are woven into the way their brain makes sense of everything. In one placebo study, Patients with Parkinson's disease were given saline injections, believing it was real medicine. Their brains responded by releasing dopamine, the very chemical they lacked. In another case, people with asthma showed improved lung function after inhaling a mist they believed was a bronchodilator, even though it was just plain saline. These aren't psychological illusions. They're physiological changes triggered by the power of belief. When your brain expects healing, it sometimes activates pathways that support it. Similarly, stress and anxiety driven by negative beliefs can cause real physical symptoms: tightness in the chest, headaches, digestive issues, even immune suppression. What you believe doesn't just live in your head. It echoes into your cells, your chemistry, your biology. Now, you might wonder, if belief is so powerful, why can't we just choose better ones? Why can't we believe ourselves into happiness, confidence, or peace? The truth is, beliefs don't form by willpower alone. They are built slowly, through repetition, experience, emotional reinforcement, and cultural input. They grow like trees, layer by layer, year after year, until they feel like the landscape itself. Some beliefs come from childhood and were never questioned. Others are inherited from community or culture, absorbed silently and never consciously chosen. But all beliefs, no matter how deep, can be examined. And when they are, new pathways open. The brain is plastic, it can rewire, and with awareness, repetition, and emotional insight, even core beliefs can begin to shift. That shift doesn't just change your thoughts, it changes what you see, what you feel, and how you move through the world. So take a moment to reflect. What do you believe about yourself, about others, about what's possible, what's dangerous, what's true? Those beliefs are not harmless ideas sitting in the background. They are scripts that guide your perception, reaction, and sense of reality. They're not just glasses you wear, they're the eyes you see through, and recognizing this gives you power. Not to magically change everything overnight, but to start noticing the invisible hand shaping your daily experience. Because when you begin to question your beliefs, you begin to unlock your perception. And that's where true change starts. Not in what you look at, but in how you see. The self you feel might be an illusion of integration. What if the person you think you are is not a single thing at all, but just the illusion of one stitched together by your brain, moment by moment, like a seamless movie made of disconnected frames? Not because you're broken, but because that's how minds work. The self you feel, the one with a name, a history, a consistent personality, might be the brain's best trick. A story told so smoothly and convincingly that you forget it is being told at all. In neuroscience, this is known as the binding problem. How a scattered storm of neural activity across different parts of the brain somehow gives rise to the feeling of a unified you. Your thoughts are not stored in a central place. Your memories are not organized in tidy files. Your emotions don't live in a single organ. Different regions handle different jobs: vision, speech, touch, memory, planning. And yet somehow, they're all coordinated to give rise to the sense that there's someone home behind your eyes. But if you look closely, really closely, that feeling of a continuous self begins to flicker. In fact, many researchers believe the self is not a thing at all, but a process, a dynamic integration of thoughts, sensations, memories, and feelings that your brain constantly updates, like a performance with no script and no final act. Think about how different you are depending on where you are, who you're with, how tired or hungry you feel, or even what day it is. The quiet version of you at night is not the same as the eager version that shows up for something you love, or the anxious one in moments of pressure. And yet, you rarely notice the difference. Your brain smooths the transitions, tying them together with narrative glue. I was having a bad day. That wasn't like me. I've grown since then. These phrases help keep the story straight. But the truth is, there is no single you holding the pen. The author keeps changing with the scene. It's like watching a choir of voices take turns at the microphone. Only, You've been taught to believe it's always the same person speaking. Brain scans show that different mental states activate different networks. And yet you still feel like there's a consistent identity anchoring it all. That consistency is not evidence of a fixed self. It's the result of your brain's talent for narrative stitching. And sometimes that illusion breaks. In rare neurological cases, people can develop dissociative identity disorder or experience depersonalization, where the unity of self begins to dissolve. These experiences show us what's usually hidden. The self is held together not by one center, but by constant communication between many parts. When that coordination falters, so does the illusion of being one. Even in ordinary life, your sense of self is reconstructed on the fly. Your memories shift over time, your emotions color your beliefs, and your attention reshapes what you think matters. There is no hard boundary between who you are and who you were. Instead, identity flows like a river that never passes the same water twice. You might feel the same because the scenery doesn't change much, but underneath, the current never stops. Even your body, which seems stable, replaces nearly all its cells over time. The brain you use to remember who you were is not the same brain that had the experience. Yet the illusion holds, and that's because the brain is not designed to seek truth. It is designed to keep you alive. A consistent self helps with survival. It helps you make decisions, form relationships, plan for the future, take responsibility for the past. But just because something is useful doesn't mean it's real in the way we think. The self is not a static object inside your head. It's a useful fiction, one that helps you navigate a world too complex to face as a shifting swarm of sensations. This doesn't mean you're fake. It means you're dynamic. And this dynamism is beautiful because it means you're not limited to who you were yesterday. Your identity is not trapped in concrete. It's written in water. You can change, adapt, unlearn, reimagine, and yet you don't feel chaotic. That's because the brain organizes all these moving parts through what scientists call integration. It pulls together emotional cues, physical sensations, autobiographical memory, social context, and current goals into a sense of coherence. This coherence is what you experience as I, but it's more like a spotlight sweeping across a dark room than a lantern, lighting up everything at once. Wherever your attention lands, your self-concept temporarily stabilizes, only to shift again when the scene changes. The spotlight moves, but it never reveals the whole. And this is not a flaw. It's the miracle of consciousness, that such a fragmented system can feel so whole. Integration doesn't require permanence. It only needs timing. Your brain is a symphony with no conductor, yet somehow it stays in rhythm, just long enough for you to feel like you're you. And here's where it gets even more fascinating. Studies with people who meditate deeply or undergo certain psychedelic experiences show that this illusion of a separate, continuous self can dissolve entirely. They report a sense of unity, of being part of everything, or even of having no self at all, and yet they function afterward just fine, sometimes even with more peace and clarity than before. This suggests that while the self is useful, it's not essential in the way we usually believe. You don't need to cling to a fixed identity to be whole. In fact, loosening your grip on the idea of a permanent self might help you flow more easily through life's inevitable changes. You become less reactive, less defensive, more open. Because when you realize that your self is a construction, you stop needing to protect it so fiercely. You stop confusing criticism with injury. You start seeing others not as threats to your identity, but as fellow rivers flowing beside you, each with their own shifting banks. So next time you feel lost or confused about who you are, remember this: it's okay. You were never meant to be a finished thing. You're a process, not a product, a becoming, not a being. And in that, there is freedom. You are not your thoughts. You are the space in which they move. You are not your past. You are the awareness that holds its memory. You are not one thing. You are many. And still, you are whole. Not because the parts are permanent, but because they are held in graceful, ever-changing harmony. That's what you really are, not a fixed self, but the integration of life itself unfolding through you. You see what you expect, not what's there. Have you ever walked into a room looking for your phone, only to realize it was right in front of you the whole time, and your eyes simply skipped over it like it was invisible? That strange moment, where your vision clearly captured the object, but your mind somehow didn't register it, is not just forgetfulness or distraction. It's a glimpse into how your brain shapes your reality, based not on what's actually there, but on what it expects to find. You see the world not through your eyes, but through the predictions your brain makes before the information even arrives. This might sound impossible at first, because we're used to thinking of vision as a camera, taking in raw light and turning it into pictures. But in truth, your brain is more like a painter than a photographer. It begins with a sketch filled in from memory, habit, and belief, then waits for your senses to confirm or slightly correct that sketch. If you only saw what was truly there, your brain would be too slow to keep up with the chaotic stream of input bombarding your senses. So it does something smarter. It guesses. And then it tests those guesses against just enough data to make you feel like you're seeing reality, when really you're seeing your best guess of it. This system is known as predictive processing, and it is at the heart of how perception works. Your brain is constantly generating models of the world based on past experience. Before any sensory input reaches your awareness, these models prepare you to see, hear, and feel certain things. When the actual signals arrive, say, light bouncing off a tree or the sound of footsteps, they are compared to the prediction. If they match, your brain moves on, barely registering the input. If they don't match, your brain updates the model and adjusts your perception accordingly. But here is the catch. Because the brain prefers efficiency over accuracy, it often filters out information that doesn't fit the model, even if it is real. That's why you might not see a typo in a sentence you've written dozens of times, or why you can mishear lyrics and swear they're correct, or why people can walk past their own keys sitting on the counter. What you perceive isn't a direct readout of the external world. It's the result of an internal negotiation between reality and expectation. The more familiar something is, the more likely your brain is to fill in the blanks with assumptions rather than reprocessing it from scratch. And most of the time, this works perfectly. It allows you to navigate the world efficiently without getting overwhelmed. But sometimes those predictions become so strong that they override what your senses are actually telling you. One fascinating example of this comes from optical illusions. Take the famous checker shadow illusion, where two squares of the same shade appear different because of the context around them. Your brain predicts the light and shadow pattern and then adjusts the colors accordingly, even when that adjustment is wrong. Or consider the hollow mask illusion, where a concave face appears convex, because your brain refuses to believe that faces can cave inward. Even when you know the trick, your brain won't let go of the prediction. These aren't flaws, they're features. They show just how much your mind relies on expectation to generate reality. In fact, this system is so powerful that it can generate perceptions out of thin air. This is what happens in hallucinations, where the prediction completely overwhelms the input. But the same mechanism is at play in everyday life. You're constantly hallucinating, just in a way that happens to line up with reality most of the time. The only difference between a normal perception and a hallucination is how much the input matches the prediction. It's not a black and white distinction, it's a sliding scale. This has profound implications not just for how we see, but for how we live. If you expect someone to be rude, you're more likely to interpret their neutral behavior as cold. If you expect a situation to go badly, you'll notice every sign that confirms your fear. If you believe you're unworthy, your brain will filter your entire experience through that lens, emphasizing the criticisms and downplaying the compliments. In a very real way, what you expect becomes what you perceive. This doesn't mean you're imagining things. It means your brain is using its best tools to help you survive, and those tools are heavily shaped by past experience. But it also means you have the power to change how you see by changing what you expect. When you start expecting kindness, you begin to notice it. When you assume growth is possible, you start seeing opportunities where before there were only obstacles. It's not magic, it's neuroplasticity. Your brain's ability to update its models in light of new information. The more you challenge your old predictions, the more flexible your perception becomes. Even more surprisingly, this principle applies to your sense of self. You expect yourself to act a certain way, to feel a certain way, and so you often become locked into roles you no longer need to play. You might think of yourself as shy, or unlucky, or not creative, and your brain, trying to be helpful, will guide your perception to match that narrative. You'll notice moments that confirm it, and ignore the ones that contradict it. But that expectation is not fate, it's just a habit, and habits can be rewritten. One of the most powerful tools you have is awareness. When you realize that your brain predicts before it sees, you can start to gently question those predictions. Is this person really judging me? Or is that just an old story playing in my head? Is this problem truly impossible? Or am I expecting failure before I've tried? These small shifts don't require you to lie to yourself. They ask you to stay curious, to treat your perceptions not as facts, but as hypotheses, testable, changeable, improvable. This doesn't mean you can control everything you see or feel, but it means you can begin to notice the space between the world and your interpretation of it. And in that space is freedom. You can start to see not just with your eyes, but with intention. You can choose to expect wonder, to notice beauty, to seek truth, even when it is unfamiliar. Your perception becomes a collaboration between the world outside and the world inside you. And when you recognize that collaboration, you stop being a passive observer and become an active participant in the story of your own awareness. So next time something surprises you, or confuses you, or moves you, pause for a moment, ask yourself not just what you're seeing, but what you were expecting to see, because that expectation is not invisible. It's the frame that shapes your entire view. Change the frame, and the picture changes too. And maybe that's the real secret of perception. Not that we must fight our expectations, but that we must become aware of them, gently reshaping them, until they help us see not just what is familiar, but what is possible. Your brain constructs 3D space from 2D inputs. You have never actually seen the world in 3 dimensions. And yet everything around you feels vividly solid, deeply layered, and undeniably real. As if your eyes were miniature scanners capturing the full sculpted geometry of existence. But the truth is far more fascinating. All you ever receive are 2 flat images, one from each eye, and the sense of depth, volume, and space that defines your life is not something you see, but something your brain invents. At the back of each of your eyes lies a curved sheet of cells called the retina, a thin biological screen that absorbs light like an old film projector and converts it into electrical signals. These signals are not pictures. They are not scenes. They are pulses and patterns that travel down your optic nerves into your brain, where the real miracle begins. Not with sight, but with interpretation. Your brain is blind to the external world. It never directly touches light or sound or texture. All it receives are streams of data. And from this data, it builds what you call reality. That feeling you have of walking through a hallway, turning a corner, catching a ball, or reaching for a doorknob relies entirely on your brain constructing a 3-dimensional model of the world, based on information that is, at its core, flat. You are living in a simulation of your own making, not in the sci-fi sense of computer code, but in the biological and neurological sense of perception shaped by inference. To understand how this works, imagine trying to understand the shape of a mountain by looking at a photo from only one angle. The image itself doesn't contain depth. It's a projection, but your brain is able to extract cues, like shadows, texture gradients, relative size, and motion, to reconstruct a mental model that simulates the mountain's 3-dimensional shape. Now, take that idea and apply it to everything you see. When both of your eyes focus on an object, they capture slightly different views from different positions on your face. a phenomenon called binocular disparity. This tiny difference is one of the brain's most powerful tools for constructing depth. By comparing these two flat images, your brain calculates the distance between you and objects in the environment, without you ever realizing the math it's doing behind the scenes. But even with one eye closed, you still perceive depth, which means binocular vision is just one ingredient. Your brain also relies on motion parallax, how objects move across your visual field, depending on their distance. Faraway objects move slowly, while closer ones sweep past quickly. This cue helps your brain sense the layout of a room or the direction of a moving car. Even shading, contrast, and sharpness give your brain information about the curvature and placement of objects. What's remarkable is not that your brain uses these tricks, but that it does so instantly and unconsciously. You don't work to see the world in 3D. It's given to you as a gift of perception, crafted behind the scenes by a brain that never sees the world directly. And this construction goes deeper than just spatial awareness. It's not just the depth of physical objects that your brain infers. It's also the feeling of space around you. When you step into a cathedral or a tight elevator, the atmosphere changes not because of magic, but because your brain recalibrates its spatial model based on the shapes, echoes, and layout of the room. That sense of openness or confinement isn't just sensory, it's conceptual. You feel it in your body because your brain has painted a 3D canvas around you. Even your sense of self-location, of being somewhere rather than nowhere, is a result of this spatial model. The brain uses inputs from the inner ear's balance organs, from muscles and joints, from the orientation of your eyes, to construct a sense of here. And from that, it defines there. Without this model, you would not be able to move, speak, or even think coherently. You would fall apart, not physically, but perceptually. You would have no way to relate to the world, or even to yourself. This is why patients with certain brain injuries can lose the ability to understand where they are in space, or mistake mirrors for windows, or reach for objects in the wrong place. Their eyes still function, but the mental map is broken. Perhaps the most profound insight from this is the realization that space is not something you see, it is something you feel. Your sense of three-dimensional reality is not pulled from the outside in, but built from the inside out. You don't walk through a world that your eyes show you. You walk through a model that your brain builds and updates every moment. This is why virtual reality works. With just 2 tiny screens and clever software, VR can trick your brain into feeling like you're standing on a mountaintop or floating in space. Even though you're in your living room, it doesn't have to simulate the entire world, just the right cues. Your brain fills in the rest. And it's also why illusions can make a flat image pop off the page, or a drawing look like it's moving. Your brain isn't being fooled, it's doing exactly what it was designed to do: construct a meaningful world from limited input. In this sense, reality isn't delivered to you, it's sculpted by you. So what does this mean for the way you live? It means that every space you enter, every object you reach for, every step you take is happening inside a carefully crafted mental environment. Not a raw recording of the world, but a simulation so accurate, it rarely reveals its seams. And yet, knowing this, you begin to notice them. You begin to question how much of what you experience is truly out there. You begin to wonder if your brain can construct such vivid, believable 3D scenes from flat input. What else might it be constructing that you take for granted? Your emotional landscape, your sense of time, your view of others. Are these also carefully assembled models based on past patterns, constantly updated by prediction and correction? The answer, more often than not, is yes. And that realization opens a door. Because once you understand that perception is a construction, you can start to reshape it. You can become more aware of the shortcuts your brain takes, the assumptions it makes, the biases it carries from one room to the next. You can train yourself to notice more, to question more, to see with clarity not just what's convenient, but what's actually there, or at least closer to it. In the end, the space around you is not fixed. It's not merely a backdrop to your life. It's part of your experience, sculpted in real time by a brain that wants you to survive, to move, to belong. And within that space lies opportunity, not just to explore the world, but to explore the mind that builds it. The next time you close one eye and still feel the room stretching around you, or catch yourself flinching at a virtual object that isn't really there, pause and remember, you are not merely looking, you are building. And that ability, quiet and unnoticed, is one of the most astonishing superpowers you carry in your head. You don't just live in space, you create it. Every moment, every breath, every blink. Time perception varies with emotion, attention, and memory. Sometimes a second feels like forever, and other times entire hours seem to vanish without a trace. And though your clock continues ticking with perfect mechanical rhythm, your experience of time stretches and compresses like a dream you cannot hold still, not because time itself changes, but because your perception of it does. You do not perceive time as it is, you feel it. And feelings, as you know, do not obey rules. Imagine the moment right before something terrible happens, when everything seems to slow down, the car skidding toward you, the glass mid-shatter, the sound still forming in the air. That is not the world slowing, but your brain accelerating. In moments of high emotional intensity, your mind floods with detail, capturing frame after frame in rapid succession. Later, when you look back, the memory is dense with sensory input, so your brain interprets that moment as lasting longer. The more emotionally charged an experience, the more your memory inflates its length. And yet, the opposite also happens. In states of calm focus or automatic routine, brushing your teeth, scrolling endlessly, walking a familiar path, time slips through your fingers, unnoticed, unmeasured. Why does this happen? Because your brain does not record time like a stopwatch. It constructs it from experience. The more your mind has to process, the more time it believes has passed, and the less it has to process, the shorter the experience feels. You are not just moving through time, you are shaping its texture. Attention, too, is a sculptor of time. When you concentrate on something deeply, time appears to pass more slowly in the moment, but seems shorter in retrospect. Think about learning a new skill, reading an intense story, or solving a difficult problem. You are immersed, alert, tracking every detail, and your brain is building a rich internal timeline. But when you look back, because the memory is so fluid and focused, it seems brief. In contrast, a boring meeting or a traffic jam might feel excruciatingly long while it happens. But afterward, you barely remember it, and it takes up no space in your memory. This paradox is known as the time paradox of attention. What feels long may later feel short, and what feels short may, in hindsight, feel long. Memory is the ultimate editor. It doesn't save the raw footage of your life, it keeps the highlights. And those highlights, stitched together, become your sense of time. The reason your childhood summers felt endless and adulthood races by is not just about age, it is about novelty. As a child, everything was new. Your brain had to pay attention, had to encode, had to remember. But as you grow older and your days become predictable, your brain begins to compress. It records fewer unique moments and skips the rest. The more routines you follow, the less time you seem to have. In truth, time is not running out. You are simply recording less of it. And then there is emotion, perhaps the most powerful clock you own. Fear expands time. Joy shrinks it. Grief freezes it. Love makes it vanish. If you have ever fallen in love, you know that hours can pass like seconds. If you have ever sat in grief, you know that minutes can stretch into eternity. This is not imagination, it is biology. Emotional arousal triggers changes in your brain's chemistry, especially in regions like the amygdala and prefrontal cortex, which influence how you encode events. A moment of heartbreak or exhilaration activates more neural resources, leading to deeper imprinting in memory. and thus a longer seeming duration. It's why near-death experiences feel like slow motion montages, and why panic can make time crawl. But it also works the other way. When you are anxious, your inner clock speeds up, leading you to feel that more time has passed than actually has. When you are relaxed or bored, the opposite happens. Time perception is a dance between internal states and external cues. You are constantly syncing your inner metronome to what you feel, not just what you observe, and that inner metronome is malleable. What's truly fascinating is that there is no single place in your brain where time lives. There is no time organ. Instead, your sense of time emerges from a network of systems. Your working memory, your body's rhythms, your attention systems, your emotional centers. Even your heart rate plays a role. Faster heartbeats correlate with a faster inner clock. Slower ones with a sense of timelessness. Monks in deep meditation often report that time dissolves. They are not imagining it. Their heart rate slows. Their attention narrows. Their inner chatter fades. Without these cues, the brain cannot construct time in the usual way. And in this silence, time falls away. In fact, certain drugs, brain injuries, and psychological states can radically alter time perception. People with Parkinson's disease may feel that time is dragging. Those on stimulants may feel it is racing. In some extreme cases, time can even stop. Not in the world, but in the mind. These are not metaphors, they are measurable shifts in neural timing systems, showing us that time, as we feel it, is never fixed. It is personal, subjective, a mirror of the mind. This has profound implications. It means that your experience of time is not just a passive reflection of the world, but an active construction of your brain. It can be bent, expanded, compressed, distorted, and more importantly, it can be influenced. If you want life to feel longer, you don't need more hours. You need more memories, more novelty, more presence. You need to pay attention. When you step outside your routine, when you travel, when you try something new, your brain wakes up, it records, and in doing so, it makes time feel full again. This is why childhood felt so long. And this is how you can slow life down. Not by forcing the clock to change, but by changing how you feel it. Even small changes, taking a different route, having a deeper conversation, trying a new recipe, can stretch time. The brain thrives on surprise, and surprise gives you more time, not by changing the minutes, but by enriching the memory of them. So next time you feel like the days are slipping past too quickly, ask yourself how much of them you truly noticed. How much did you feel? How much did you remember? Time is not just what passes. It is what you hold on to. And what you hold on to is shaped by what you value, what you fear, what you love. This is not just neuroscience. It is a call to presence. Because when you realize that your sense of time is built from attention, emotion, and memory, you realize something else too, that your life in its deepest sense is not measured by clocks, but by how deeply you live the moments that matter. And that perhaps is the most important time lesson of all. You do not just move through time, you create it. One emotion, one memory, one breath at a time. Everything outside you is filtered through a neural simulation. What if I told you that everything you think you see, hear, touch, and understand is not really outside you, but carefully reconstructed inside? Not copied like a photo, but interpreted, painted, and animated by your brain in a quiet room of total darkness, with no windows looking out. From the moment you open your eyes in the morning, you live in what feels like a shared world. The colors on the wall, the texture of your sheets, the hum of a car passing by. But none of that information arrives in your brain as light or sound or texture. Instead, what comes in is electricity, pulses, spikes, timing patterns. No photons ever make it into your skull. No sound waves reach your neurons. Your body's sensors collect vibrations and frequencies from the outside. But what you experience, your entire reality, is built up from guesses your brain makes based on those tiny coded signals. In fact, you don't perceive the world itself. You perceive a simulation of it, generated entirely within you, and your brain has never once seen the real thing. This inner simulation, though, is not a flaw or mistake. It is what allows you to survive. Your brain evolved not to perceive truth, but to interpret information quickly enough to help you act. When you see a chair, your brain doesn't waste time calculating every photon's trajectory. It generates the concept of chair from prior experiences and matches incoming data to expectations. The picture in your head is not the chair. It is your brain's model of a chair. This process is called predictive coding. Your brain constantly predicts what's out there, compares incoming signals to its predictions, and updates its model if necessary. That's how you see. You're not passively watching the world. You're simulating it moment by moment. If the prediction matches the input, your brain doesn't even bother noticing the data. It just keeps running the simulation. That's why you don't notice your nose in your field of vision, or the subtle blur at the edge of your eyes, or even your own blind spot. Your brain fills those in. It paints over missing information to create the illusion of completeness. You are living in a virtual reality built from memories, assumptions, and electrical patterns. A hallucination that just happens to agree with the outside world most of the time. Even your sense of space is reconstructed. There is no physical room inside your brain containing little holograms of the world. There's only activity in neural circuits. The redness of a rose, the heat of sunlight, the sound of your name. These are not properties of the external world. They are properties of your internal simulation. Color is not out there in the world. It is a story your brain tells after interpreting how different wavelengths of light interact with your eyes. Touch is not experienced at your fingertips. It is experienced in your brain's somatosensory cortex, mapped and ordered in strange proportions. The pressure on your skin becomes meaningful only after being filtered through expectation, context, and memory. Even time itself is not something you directly perceive. It's woven into your simulation based on the timing of neural signals, your attention, and your emotional state. If your simulation speeds up or slows down, so does your perceived time. Everything, from the shape of the room you're in to the feeling of your body, is part of this rendered experience. The simulation is so convincing that it rarely breaks. But there are cracks in the surface, and neuroscience has found them. Optical illusions are one of the clearest signs. When you see a static image appear to move, or when two identical colors look different because of their background, you are witnessing the simulation making its best guess and being tricked. In moments of sensory deprivation, floating in silence, alone in the dark, your brain starts making up patterns to maintain the illusion. You may hear phantom voices, feel touches that aren't there, or see flickers of light in total darkness. These are not glitches. They are your brain continuing to simulate a world when the data stream dries up. Dreaming is another clear example. When you dream, your brain builds an entire reality from scratch, fully convincing while you are in it. It uses the same visual and emotional circuits as waking life. The simulation engine never shuts off. It only switches inputs. Even more fascinating is that your simulation is unique. No two people see the same world. Not because the external world changes, but because their brains interpret it differently. Your experiences, culture, language, and even beliefs shape the rules of your simulation. In some languages, there are no words for left and right, only cardinal directions. So speakers of those languages develop spatial awareness differently in certain cultures. People literally perceive colors differently because their language divides the spectrum in ways ours does not. Some people cannot distinguish certain shades of blue and green, not because their eyes are broken, but because their brain never developed the category. In this sense, your reality is both personal and programmable. Change your knowledge, your categories, your expectations, and you change your simulation. And this brings us to a strange thought. If everything you know about the world comes through this internal model, then what is the real world? Can you ever know it directly? Or are you forever trapped inside a translation, like trying to understand a forest by reading a map drawn in crayon? Philosophers have long wrestled with this. Kant called it the noumenon, the thing in itself that lies behind experience, unknowable and unreachable. Modern science, too, must admit that we study the outputs of the brain, not the world itself. Instruments like telescopes and microscopes simply expand the input stream. They don't break the simulation, they feed it more data. You are still seeing through neural glasses. You are still translating the universe into patterns of thought. Reality for you is whatever your simulation says it is. And yet, this realization is not something to fear. It is something to marvel at. The fact that your brain can take meaningless electrical impulses and turn them into sunsets, voices, music, and meaning is nothing short of miraculous. You are not disconnected from the world. You are deeply intertwined with it, interpreting its signals in ways that reflect your biology, your history, and your choices. Every sensation you have is a co-creation, part world, part mind. It means that how you train your attention, how you shape your thoughts, how you open yourself to new experiences, all of these change the simulation. They reshape what you notice, what you feel, what you believe is possible. So the next time you walk through a familiar room, pause and realize you are not seeing the room. You are seeing your brain's version of it. Every beam of light, every whisper of sound, every comforting texture, these are not being perceived raw. They are being filtered, reassembled, and reinterpreted in the silent chambers of your mind. And once you know this, the world becomes something stranger and more beautiful than before. Not less real, but more wondrous, because you realize that behind every ordinary experience is a hidden artist, always working, always guessing, always painting, a reality that no one else can see quite the way you do. You're living in the brain's best guess of reality, not reality itself. You have never truly seen the world as it is, only as your brain imagines it to be. And, though that sentence sounds like philosophy, it is actually the starting point of modern neuroscience's strangest truth. The idea that reality as you experience it is not raw reality, but a well-constructed guess, a best-effort simulation your brain continuously updates behind your back to keep you alive and oriented, not because it is trying to deceive you, but because the raw data of the universe is simply too chaotic, too ambiguous, and too fast for any conscious creature to interpret. Every second, your eyes receive light waves that carry no color, only energy. Your ears absorb air pressure fluctuations that are not sound, only vibration. Your skin senses electrical differences that mean nothing by themselves. All of these signals flood in as abstract, meaningless data. Yet somehow, what you experience is a vivid, smooth world full of stable objects, recognizable faces, meaningful sounds, warm memories, and a continuous sense of self moving through time. How is that possible? Because your brain is not a passive receiver of input. It is a prediction engine. Before your senses even finish collecting information, your brain has already made a guess about what it's likely to find based on everything you've seen, heard, and learned before. Then, it updates this guess with whatever incoming sensory data it can gather. The colors you think you see are interpretations of different light frequencies. The edges of objects you believe are solid are approximations drawn from contrast gradients. And the people you think you recognize are not retrieved from the outside world, but reconstructed from memory, like images reloaded from a mental database. You are not observing the world, you are interacting with a model of it. This internal model is built on shortcuts, filled in blanks, and assumptions. Assumptions about how light behaves, how objects move, and how things should look if nothing unusual has happened. That's why you can stare at a scene with a missing detail and not even realize it. That's why optical illusions work. That's why, in extreme moments, people see what isn't there, hear what wasn't said, or even feel sensations that never occurred. Your perception is not the result of passive observation. It is the output of complex neural negotiation, where past experiences and expected outcomes compete with new signals in a silent tug-of-war that shapes what you think is now. The neuroscientist Anil Seth puts it beautifully. We are all hallucinating all the time, and when we agree on our hallucinations, we call it reality. But don't let the word hallucination mislead you. This doesn't mean your world is fake. It means your world is inferred, like weather predictions that guess tomorrow's rain by mixing previous data with current measurements. Your brain forecasts your experience moment by moment. This is called predictive processing, and it's the leading theory explaining how perception works. It says the brain doesn't wait for information, it anticipates it, filters it, and only pays close attention when something surprises it. That's when you notice the world sharply, when your guess was wrong. For example, you don't constantly feel the pressure of your clothes against your skin, because your brain has predicted that signal so accurately that it no longer needs to report it. But if something changes, if the fabric shifts or tightens unexpectedly, then the prediction fails, and sensation rises to the surface. You suddenly feel, you become aware. Most of the time, your consciousness runs on autopilot, only surfacing when a prediction needs correction. This changes how we might think about attention, memory, even free will. If the world you live in is a model built from beliefs, then what happens when those beliefs are inaccurate? What if the model is built from trauma, bias, or limited data? Then your brain's best guess can become your worst prison. You could misinterpret kindness as threat, mistake opportunity for danger, or see only the flaws you've learned to expect. And here lies the deeper message. The world you perceive is not neutral. It is shaped by your past, your expectations, and your capacity to tolerate uncertainty. What you call truth is sometimes just a successful guess that hasn't yet been proven wrong. But there's beauty in this too, because it means you're not stuck. If perception is a process, then perception can be updated. If your brain guesses, it can also re-guess. If your reality is built on patterns, then new patterns can be learned. This gives you an extraordinary kind of freedom, not to change the world outside, but to change how the world feels inside. To realize that your experience of life is not just what happens to you, but what your brain makes of it. And so each moment becomes a chance to recalibrate, to soften the filters, to widen the lens through which your mind constructs meaning. The next time you walk through a familiar room, pause and notice how much you don't really see until something draws your attention. Notice how you fill in the blanks without realizing. Notice how your own mind is the painter of the canvas you're walking through. And then ask yourself, if your experience of reality is a prediction, what else might your brain be guessing about? Right now, without you knowing. That question may not have a simple answer, but it opens the door to wonder. Because the truest part of your reality may not be what you perceive, but how deeply you are willing to question what you think you know. Free will might be an afterthought, not a cause. Have you ever made a choice that felt truly yours, something deliberate and conscious, only to wonder later if you were ever really in control at all, or merely watching yourself decide from the sidelines? This question strikes deeper than it seems, because beneath the surface of what we call free will lies one of the most unsettling discoveries in modern neuroscience. That many of the decisions you believe you made freely might have already been made before you were even aware of them, and what feels like conscious choice may just be your brain's way of explaining something it already did. Scientists have studied this idea not through metaphor, but with electrodes and millisecond timers, capturing the tiny moments when intention first sparks. One famous experiment by Benjamin Libet in the 1980s shocked the scientific community when participants were told to flex their wrist at any random moment they chose. The electrical activity in their brain, the so-called readiness potential, began hundreds of milliseconds before they reported the conscious intention to move. In other words, the brain was already preparing the action before the mind became aware of wanting to do it. This wasn't just a one-time fluke. Replications, variations, and more precise experiments have continued to show a similar gap. Neural activity begins before conscious decision, What this implies is staggering. Your brain seems to make choices, and only after the fact do you experience the feeling of choosing. You narrate the story of your will, but you might be more of a storyteller than an author. This doesn't mean you're a robot, or that choices are illusions in a hollow sense. It means the conscious part of your mind may be less like a driver and more like a navigator reading a map after the route is already underway. In this view, consciousness doesn't initiate action. It explains it. And that flips everything we believe about agency upside down. We like to think we are the captains of our decisions, weighing options, forming plans, shaping our futures. But if intention follows initiation, then the mind might be riding a wave rather than steering the ocean. Consider how often you act without knowing why. You reach for your phone, interrupt a sentence, drift into thought, say something before you realize it. You can explain it afterward, of course. I was just checking something. I got distracted. It slipped out. But these explanations often come after the action, like subtitles added to a silent film. This suggests that consciousness is deeply tied to narrative, to the need for coherence, to the desire to feel like the hero of your own unfolding story. And while this story helps you survive, connect, and find meaning, it may not be the origin of your decisions, but rather their interpreter. This doesn't mean everything is predetermined, or that you have no influence. It means your influence might operate differently than you think, through patterns, predispositions, feedback loops, and complex unconscious computations. Your brain is not a simple on-off switch. It is a dynamic system processing billions of inputs, most of which you'll never be aware of. When you walk into a room and feel uneasy, that sensation might come from subtle cues, lighting, smells, micro-expressions, all computed below awareness. Then, your conscious mind catches up and tells a story. This place feels weird. But the feeling came first. You didn't choose it, you noticed it. Free will, then, may not be about choosing from scratch, but about how you influence the probabilities of what happens next. Like a gardener who doesn't control the weather, but chooses where to plant, how to prune, when to water, shaping the outcomes without dictating every moment. And here's the paradox. The more we understand how unconscious processes shape decisions, the more power we gain to direct them. When you realize that attention, emotion, and habit influence your choices before you're aware, you can begin to train those patterns. Meditation strengthens the ability to observe thoughts without immediately acting on them. Therapy reveals hidden beliefs that quietly steer behavior. Habit formation changes your defaults. In this way, knowing that free will is not absolute doesn't diminish it, it refines it. You stop trying to control every impulse and start designing the conditions that make better impulses more likely. You stop asking, "Why did I do that?" and begin asking, "What internal system led me here?" This view also softens how we see others. If their behavior comes from patterns they didn't fully choose, we gain compassion without losing accountability. Justice becomes less about blame and more about rehabilitation. Parenting becomes less about control and more about guiding environments. Self-improvement becomes less about forcing change and more about planting seeds of new tendencies. It's also worth asking, if we didn't have full control, would we even know what that feels like? Think about blinking. You can choose to blink right now and it feels like your will made it happen. But if you hadn't focused on it, blinking would still occur. Voluntary and automatic behaviors exist on a spectrum, not a binary. Most of life happens in the gray zone, where your conscious attention shapes behavior indirectly, not as a command but as a nudge. And this nuance opens a new way of understanding freedom. Perhaps freedom is not about making any choice imaginable, but about being aware of the forces acting on your choices and learning how to work with them. Awareness itself becomes the power. If you know that your first reaction might not be your conscious will, you gain space to pause. In that pause, you regain influence. The truth that free will might be an afterthought is not a threat to your humanity. It is an invitation to deepen it. It reminds you that your mind is not a sovereign ruler issuing orders. but a collaborator in a system too fast and intricate for full awareness. And that's okay, because your value is not in being an all-controlling agent, but in being a learner, a shaper, a meaning maker. You are not the pilot of a ship, but the wind pattern slowly adjusting its own direction over time. When you zoom out and see yourself not as a fixed self, but as an evolving process, something beautiful happens. You become humble enough to forgive your reflexes, curious enough to explore your mind, and empowered enough to improve your responses. That's a kind of freedom more meaningful than total control. Not freedom from cause, but freedom through understanding. And the next time you feel like you made a decision, ask yourself not just what you chose, but why you felt you chose it. Was it a whisper from your gut, a pattern from your past, a trigger from your senses? Or was it something else entirely, the unfolding dance of a mind learning how to be free by first learning what freedom really means? Consciousness might be a story the brain tells itself. What if the voice in your head, the sense of self you feel guiding your actions, is not a fundamental truth of your being, but a kind of fiction, a narrative spun in real time by your brain to make sense of something far more chaotic and fragmented underneath? Not a lie, but a simplification, a running commentary that attempts to unify hundreds of disconnected processes into a single coherent story that feels like you. This might seem radical, even offensive to your intuitions, because nothing feels more intimate, more direct, than your own consciousness. But modern neuroscience suggests that what you experience as a continuous self might not be a single entity at all, just a well-edited summary after the fact. Think about how a movie is made. There's raw footage, shaky takes, lighting errors, gaps between shots. But what you see on screen is clean, polished, and narratively tight. Your consciousness may be doing the same, stitching together thoughts, perceptions, emotions, decisions, memories, and body signals into a story that feels smooth and whole, even though behind the scenes, everything is disjointed, processed out of sync, and not always even in your control. And just like a movie, what you see depends heavily on the editing, not just the raw data. Neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga's split brain studies give us one of the clearest glimpses into this illusion. When the corpus callosum connecting the two hemispheres of the brain is severed, each half of the brain functions independently, yet people still report a unified sense of self. But in these experiments, the left hemisphere, where language and narration typically reside, would invent stories to explain actions initiated by the right hemisphere, even when those stories were provably false. For example, when the right hemisphere, which can't speak, was shown an image and instructed to act, the person would perform the action. But when asked why, the left hemisphere would confidently fabricate a reason, unaware that it hadn't even seen the stimulus. This interpreter module, as Gazzaniga called it, shows that the brain is less concerned with accuracy than with coherence. It must feel like there is a reason, even if the real reason is unknown. This interpreter lives in all of us. Every day, it fills in gaps in perception, assigns motives to our behavior, and constructs explanations that may be comforting, plausible, but ultimately untrue. And it happens so seamlessly that we don't notice. Consciousness, then, might be less like a pilot flying the plane, and more like a press secretary explaining the flight plan after takeoff. The feeling that you are the one steering might just be the brain's way of making sense of internal chaos. But why would the brain evolve such a mechanism? Because narrative is powerful, a sense of continuity, of a self that persists through time, helps us make decisions, predict outcomes, build relationships, and survive in a complex social world. It's easier to plan your future if you believe you are the same person tomorrow as you were yesterday. It's easier to learn from mistakes if you think of yourself as a single agent who made them. But this continuity is likely constructed, not discovered. Think about memory. You assume it's a recording, but it's more like a reconstruction. Every time you recall an event, your brain updates it, blending facts with feelings, context with assumption. What you remember as your story may not be what actually happened, but a constantly edited autobiography created for coherence. Even the present moment is suspect. Consciousness lags behind reality by hundreds of milliseconds, yet it feels instant. That's because your brain waits before presenting you with a polished now. It withholds raw data until it can assemble it into a meaningful snapshot. And when things happen too fast to wait, like reflexes, your body acts before consciousness even kicks in. The sensation of control comes later. If this sounds disorienting, you are not alone. Philosophers have struggled with the self for centuries. David Hume couldn't find a self when he looked inward, just a bundle of perceptions. Buddha taught that the self was an illusion, a flame with no fixed core. Modern neuroscience is catching up. The self may not be a stable thing, but a dynamic process, emerging from the coordination of many subsystems: vision, attention, emotion, language, memory, and more, each doing their own job, often in parallel, sometimes in conflict. The narrative you call consciousness arises when these systems report to a central hub that translates them into a unified experience. But if one part drops out, the narrative shifts. In cases of brain injury or dissociation, the self can fragment. People can develop multiple identities, each with its own memories and behaviors, or lose parts of their personality altogether. This shows that the self is not one thing. It's something that can be altered, divided, even deleted. Not a soul, but a story. And once you begin to see your consciousness this way, everything changes. You begin to question the authority of that inner voice. You notice how it justifies bad habits, how it spins defensiveness into righteousness, how it masks fear with logic. You realize that what you feel as you might actually be a character written by deeper biological scripts, shaped by evolution, culture, upbringing, trauma, and luck. But this realization doesn't strip you of agency. On the contrary, it gives you the power to edit. If the self is a story, you can revise it. You can notice which lines no longer serve you, which patterns trap you, which roles you've been assigned but never chose, and you can rewrite. You can imagine a future where your story bends in a different direction, not because a soul decrees it, but because awareness makes it possible. This also brings compassion. If others are trapped in their stories too, if their consciousness is just another storyteller doing its best with limited information, you can begin to forgive more easily. People aren't broken. Their narratives are. And sometimes, changing a single thread of a story can unravel years of pain. Of course, the mystery remains. Why does any of this feel like something? Why is there a movie playing at all, rather than just a machine silently crunching numbers? That's the hard problem of consciousness, and it hasn't been solved. But even if we can't yet explain why experience exists, we're beginning to understand how it works, how the brain builds a world, a self, and a stream of thought from billions of silent firings. And perhaps that's the most humbling part, that your vivid internal life, your sense of being someone, may not reflect a deep metaphysical truth, but a brilliant adaptation for navigating a confusing world. You are a story that tells itself, a poem made of neurons, a mirror reflecting a mirror. And just like every story, yours can evolve if you pay attention to how it is written. Different brains, different realities. The world isn't shared equally. What if the world you see, hear, and touch is not the same world that someone else inhabits beside you? Not metaphorically or emotionally, but literally, neurologically different in structure and quality. The very ground you stand on might feel firmer to you than to another. The blue of the sky a subtly different hue. The feeling of time moving either dragging or rushing, depending on whose mind you ask. And yet, we assume we all live in the same shared space, perceiving an objective, common reality. But the truth is, there is no single reality equally accessed by all brains. Each mind renders the world differently, filtered through layers of wiring, chemistry, development, trauma, and attention, creating a kind of parallel existence in the same physical environment. This idea becomes clearer the moment you realize perception is not passive reception, but active construction. Your brain does not simply reflect the world as it is. It interprets, edits, enhances, omits, and reshapes every signal, according to internal patterns you often don't know you have. Think of the visual cortex. When light enters your eyes, it doesn't create a picture. It creates electrical signals that the brain decodes using prior knowledge, assumptions, and probabilistic guesses. Now consider that the rules guiding this decoding process differ from person to person. Some brains are hyper, attuned to detail, others to context. Some see threats everywhere, others see opportunities. The same event, a stranger's glance, a sudden sound, a sentence from a loved one, can trigger vastly different internal responses depending on how a person's brain has been sculpted over time. This is not imagination or sensitivity. This is neural reality. In people with synesthesia, letters have colors, numbers have spatial positions, and sounds can taste sweet or sour. Their brains link sensory regions that are usually separate, creating a sensory blend that feels utterly real to them, yet invisible to others. Similarly, in people with autism, the brain may process faces as data rather than emotional signals, leading to a different understanding of social interaction. A sarcastic tone might not register as sarcasm, but as a factual statement. In someone with PTSD, a harmless sound might trigger a full-body threat response, because their brain has rewired associations between stimulus and danger. These aren't defects, they are different configurations of reality, processing machinery. Even things like optimism and pessimism have biological correlates. A person whose brain releases more dopamine may interpret ambiguity as promise, while another may see it as threat. Brains filter ambiguity differently, which means uncertainty feels heavier or lighter, depending on who you are. The texture of life itself, how sharp, heavy, or vibrant it feels, is shaped by the silent architecture of your nervous system. And this divergence in perception extends into beliefs, values, and meaning making. If one person's brain is wired for pattern detection, they may see signs, connections, and cosmic meanings everywhere. Another may only see randomness. If someone's amygdala is more reactive, they may walk through life expecting betrayal, hostility, or loss, interpreting neutral faces as dangerous. The same world becomes two different emotional landscapes. Now take this further. If your sense of space, time, identity, and emotion are all brain dependent, then the very fabric of reality, what you think is out there, might be mostly what is in here. And if you assume that others see it like you do, you are likely to misread them. How many arguments are not about facts, but about invisible frames through which each person sees the world? One might feel disrespected by a tone, another may hear it as playful. One interprets silence as tension, another sees it as comfort. But both feel as though their interpretation is the obvious truth. That's the trick. The brain not only builds its version of reality, it hides the construction process, giving you the illusion of direct access. You think you are seeing the world, but you're seeing a version your brain built to feel stable and usable. The wiring that built it was shaped by evolution, but also by culture, language, childhood, habits, and injury. People growing up in different countries literally develop different perceptual systems. A tribe with no word for blue sees the sky differently. Cultures that read from right to left scan faces and images in the opposite direction. Bilingual people often report feeling like slightly different personalities, depending on the language they're speaking. It's not just the software that changes, the underlying hardware reconfigures with experience. So how can we ever agree on anything? How do we build shared societies when we live in unshared realities? The answer is not to pretend our realities are identical, but to acknowledge their divergence. Science offers tools to map these differences, not erase them. Brain scans show how attention shifts in people with ADHD. EEGs can reveal how time perception dilates under fear or excitement. MRI studies show how pain feels more intense when you're alone than when someone is holding your hand. These are not philosophical metaphors. They're biological truths. And once you understand them, something subtle but powerful happens. You soften. You stop assuming that someone else is lying when they disagree with you. You stop assuming they're weak for reacting strongly, or cold for reacting less. You start to ask, what version of the world are they experiencing that I'm not? And that question might be the beginning of empathy. It also might be the beginning of freedom. If your reality is constructed, if your experience of the world is not fixed, but flexible, then you can change your wiring, not instantly, but gradually, through practice, exposure, learning, and choice. You can teach your brain to see differently, not just metaphorically, but literally. Therapies like cognitive reappraisal, mindfulness, and even psychedelics aim to shift perception at the level of interpretation. They work not by giving you new information, but by altering the filter through which information flows. A depressed brain sees life through a grey lens. Good news feels dull. Possibility feels remote. Lift the lens, and the same life becomes rich again. Nothing changed outside. Only inside. But the inside is your experience. So what is real? If two people walk the same street but feel different temperatures, hear different rhythms, remember different moments, and draw different meanings, who is right? Perhaps both. Reality may not be a single consensus, but a collection of overlapping personal universes stitched together by agreement. And if agreement breaks, so do relationships, politics, and culture. This makes the task of understanding each other not a luxury but a necessity, because we are not walking through the same world. We are walking beside each other in parallel renderings. And the better we get at decoding those inner renderings, in ourselves and others, the closer we get to something like shared reality. Not because it is natural, but because it is carefully built. That is both the danger and the hope. Reality is not equally distributed, but it can be co-created if we learn how to ask the right questions and truly listen for the answers. Blind sight. Seeing without knowing you see. There's something haunting about the idea that your eyes could be working perfectly, registering shapes, motion, even faces. And yet you'd swear you're blind, unable to see anything at all. Not because you're imagining it, but because your conscious mind has no awareness of what your brain is already perceiving in secret. Welcome to the strange territory of blind sight. A rare yet profoundly revealing condition that cracks open the illusion that seeing and knowing you're seeing are the same thing. In patients with damage to their primary visual cortex, specifically area V-T, they often report complete blindness in parts of their visual field. And if you ask them what they see, they insist convincingly that there is only darkness. Yet when researchers show them flashing lights, or ask them to guess whether a shape is moving left or right, they answer correctly far more often than chance would allow. If asked to point to an object in the blind part of their field, they can. If a facial expression is shown, a happy face or an angry one, they might flinch or smile subtly, reacting emotionally even as they deny seeing anything at all. They are perceiving the world without being aware that they are perceiving it. This is not a trick or a fringe idea. It is one of the most carefully documented dissociations in cognitive neuroscience. And it suggests something staggering. Your brain can process visual information and act upon it without your conscious mind ever being let in on the secret. So what exactly is seeing then? If your eyes can detect light, send signals to the brain, guide your hand to catch a ball, or make you step out of the way of a moving object, but you still feel blind, what does that say about the relationship between perception and awareness? We often treat consciousness as the container of all experience, but blind sight tells us it's more like the narrator, sometimes present, sometimes missing, and often very late to the scene. The architecture of vision is far more complex than simply light zan in and picture zan out. There are multiple parallel pathways from your retina to your brain. Some go to the visual cortex, responsible for conscious vision. Others take shortcuts through subcortical regions like the superior colliculus, and the pulvinar nucleus, which guide automatic responses to motion and light without ever needing conscious oversight. These ancient circuits are evolution's way of ensuring survival, even when the high-gen level visual system is offline. That's why someone with blind sight can still duck if something flies toward them, or reach for a cup. They don't know they're seeing. Their eyes are still the gatekeepers, but consciousness is no longer the king. It's as if the brain has back doors, hidden corridors that carry perception under the radar, acting on the world while convincing the person they're sitting in darkness. And here is the twist that should make you uncomfortable. Even people with no brain damage experience this to a lesser degree. For example, when you're walking and suddenly stop because something feels off, even if you didn't quite register why, or when you glance at a crowd and feel watched, only to realize later someone was staring at you, or when you drive on autopilot and realize you've arrived without remembering the road. These are not magical instincts. They are unconscious visual processes, doing their work without your permission. The brain is constantly processing information below your awareness, and blindsight is just the extreme version that makes the hidden visible. This discovery opens the door to a terrifying but fascinating possibility, that much of what you believe you're consciously perceiving might only be the tip of a vast subterranean process. You are not seeing reality directly. You are seeing what has made it through the filter of attention, of cortical processing, of awareness, and much of what influences your behavior never makes it to the surface. Imagine a courtroom where the witness can only describe what they heard, not what they saw, because the visual evidence is being delivered through secret channels. That's what your mind is like. The conscious you is a spokesperson, not the CEO. You think you decide to move, but motor preparation starts hundreds of milliseconds before you're aware of the intent. You think you choose where to look, but saccadic eye movements are guided by unconscious prediction models. You believe you see the whole world in rich detail, but in reality, you see only a sharp spot in the center and fill in the rest with guesses. Blind sight breaks the illusion by separating action from awareness. It shows us that seeing and knowing are not the same, and perhaps never were. Philosophers have long debated the nature of qualia, the raw feel of experience. But blind sight forces us to ask whether qualia are necessary at all for basic survival. You don't need to see a tiger to jump away from it. You don't need to know that a shadow is moving to step out of its path. Evolution doesn't prioritize subjective richness, it prioritizes effectiveness. And if your brain can handle inputs and outputs without giving you the full picture, it will. So where does that leave consciousness? Is it an illusion? A decoration? A delayed broadcast of decisions already made? Not quite. Blind sight does not erase consciousness. It exposes its boundaries. It tells us that awareness is not the master control room, but more like the PR department trying to make sense of actions already taken, decisions already launched. It's a beautiful, elegant narrative that you tell yourself to stay sane, coherent, and socially functional. But underneath it, the machinery hums with invisible motion. The lesson here is humbling. If you can see without knowing, what else are you doing without knowing? How many of your preferences, fears, judgments, and assumptions are shaped by processes you will never consciously access? How often do you act, not because you choose to, but because unseen patterns in your brain made the choice and handed it to you, wrapped in the illusion of agency? And how many others around you are doing the same, building stories after the fact, unaware that they're blind to the real engine beneath their choices? Blindsight is not just a medical curiosity, it's a mirror held up to the fragile fiction of control. It shows you how limited your awareness truly is, and how powerful your brain can be, even in the dark. You can perceive things that never happened. False memories. What if some of your most cherished memories, those you'd swear are vivid, specific, and real, are actually fabrications your brain stitched together from scraps of suggestion, bias, or imagination, leaving you absolutely convinced of things that never actually happened? This isn't a fringe psychological trick or a rare anomaly. It's a scientifically validated phenomenon called false memory, And it reveals that your past may be less a matter of retrieval than reconstruction, less about uncovering the truth, and more about inventing a narrative that feels true enough to live with. The unsettling part is how seamless this process is. When you remember something, you're not pulling a fixed, untouched file from a mental cabinet. You're rewriting that memory in real time, editing, reinforcing, or warping it slightly, based on your current emotions, assumptions, and context. Each time you recall a moment, you expose it to the influence of the present. Memory, in this light, is not a passive recording of events, but an active simulation, a rendering colored by who you are now, not who you were then. The implications are staggering. It means eyewitness testimony, long considered reliable in court, can be dangerously flawed. It means you might remember someone saying something they never did, or placing yourself in a scene where you never were, all because your brain tried to make sense of gaps and filled them with the most plausible fiction. Studies by psychologists like Elizabeth Loftus have demonstrated this power with chilling precision. By merely suggesting a false detail, say that there was broken glass at the scene of a car crash, participants begin to insist they saw it, even though none existed. A simple question can plant a seed that grows into a fabricated experience, and the more often a false memory is retrieved, the stronger and more believable it becomes. Your brain reinforces it with emotional coloring, contextual cues, and imagined visuals until it becomes almost indistinguishable from your true memories. But here's the twist. The brain isn't making mistakes out of laziness or dysfunction. It's optimizing for meaning, coherence, and survival. When information is incomplete, your brain doesn't panic. It improvises. It connects dots, fills gaps, invents bridges. If you remember a joyful birthday party, your mind might add guests who weren't there, or dialogue that never occurred, because those additions reinforce the emotional truth, even if they contradict the factual one. From the brain's point of view, coherence often matters more than accuracy, and in many ways this malleability is useful. It allows you to adapt, to reframe trauma, to imagine better futures, to keep the self-narrative intact despite chaos. But the cost is that you sometimes end up believing stories that are only half true or entirely false, and never know the difference. This phenomenon extends into group dynamics too. In what psychologists call collective memory, entire communities or nations can share distorted or completely fabricated recollections of historical events. These memories shape identity, culture, and even political ideology. Wars have been fought over myths mistaken for facts. Social movements rise and fall on narratives that feel emotionally true, even when they're factually shaky. What begins as rumor, suggestion, or propaganda can evolve into memory when repeated often enough. And once embedded, it resists correction. Correcting a false memory isn't as simple as pointing out the error. In many cases, trying to debunk it can backfire, making the person double down, rationalize, or reshape the false memory into an even more compelling version. This is called the backfire effect, and it explains why misinformation is so resilient in public discourse. The deeper question is what this reveals about the nature of self. If your memories shape your identity, if who you believe you are is built on a foundation of remembered experiences, what happens when those experiences are flawed? Are you still you if your memories shift? If you remember being betrayed, but it never happened, does the hurt still define you? If you forget moments of kindness, does your past become colder than it truly was? In this light, the past isn't behind you. It's inside you, constantly revised, constantly influencing your choices, preferences, and personality. And because memory is so deeply tied to emotion, the most charged memories, the ones that shape you most, are often the least reliable. Traumatic events, for instance, are known to distort memory encoding. People misremember details, conflate events, or alter timelines, not because they're dishonest, but because their brains were overwhelmed. The amygdala, involved in fear and emotion, floods the brain with stress hormones that interfere with accurate encoding, creating patchy recollections that get smoothed over later with imagination. So, when you recall your past, you're not just revisiting it. You're rewriting it, with every detail shaped by who you are today. Even your earliest memories may be half fiction. Many adults claim to remember events from infancy or toddlerhood, but neuroscience suggests that episodic memory, the ability to recall specific events, doesn't solidify until around age 3. What they're actually recalling are reconstructed stories built from photos, family anecdotes, and later context. They feel real because they've been rehearsed, embellished, and emotionally coded over time. And yet, they're no more real than a movie scene you've seen 100 times. The boundary between imagination and memory is not as clean as we'd like to believe. The same brain networks involved in recalling the past are used to imagine the future, envision other people's perspectives, and even dream. This reuse of neural architecture means that memory is not stored in isolated boxes, but woven into a dynamic web of simulations. The hippocampus, which helps encode memory, also lights up when you mentally time, travel to next week's meeting, or picture what a friend might be thinking. In this way, memory is less about the past than about possibilities. It's a sandbox where you build models of the world, test ideas, and refine your sense of self. But the trade-off is that your mind often cannot distinguish between the memory of something real and the vivid imagination of something fictional. The same emotional resonance, visual detail, and confidence can exist in both. That's why two people can argue fiercely about what really happened, and both feel completely certain they're not lying. Their brains have genuinely constructed different pasts. In experiments using fMRI scans, researchers have seen similar brain patterns when people recall real events and when they imagine false ones. The only major differences lie in regions associated with sensory processing or contextual anchoring, and even those differences can fade over time. The longer and more often a false memory is recalled, the more it recruits neural pathways that make it feel real. Your brain is not a historian, it's a novelist. And like any novelist, it wants the story to make sense, to have emotional weight, and to fit your internal narrative. But this doesn't mean you're helpless in the face of false memories. Awareness of their possibility is the first step toward managing their influence. Practices like mindfulness, journaling, and cross-checking details with others can help anchor memory more accurately. Yet even these tools are imperfect. At best, they provide triangulation, not certainty. The deeper value of understanding false memory is not in never being fooled, but in becoming humble. It's in realizing that your truth is not absolute, that your past is malleable, that your identity is in some ways a story told on shifting sands. This realization doesn't weaken you, it liberates you. If your memories are constructs, you can rewrite the ones that hurt you. If your past is not set in stone, you can reframe it. If your identity is built on stories, you can choose which stories to honor. And if someone else holds a different version of a shared past, perhaps they're not wrong. They're just remembering from a different vantage point. In the end, false memories are not errors in the code. They are features of a mind designed for storytelling. You are not the sum of what happened to you. You are the sum of what you remember, what you believe, and what you choose to carry forward. And somewhere in that shimmering blend of truth and fiction, between what was and what feels like it was, you find the fragile, powerful shape of who you are. Even silence isn't silent. Your brain hears what's not there. Silence is never truly silent, and the moment you try to listen for it, you begin to hear everything else. Faint ringing, imagined tones, phantom whispers, or the subtle hum of your own existence vibrating in the absence of sound. You might think silence is the absence of auditory input, a void where nothing is happening. But your brain refuses to let it stay empty. It fills the quiet with guesses, memories, simulations, and spontaneous illusions that feel indistinguishably real. This is not a malfunction. It is a feature of a brain wired to expect meaning, pattern, and presence, even where there is none. What you perceive as sound is not just what enters your ears. but what your brain anticipates, reconstructs, or invents. Even in a soundproof chamber, many people report hearing high-pitched tones, rhythmic pulses, or ghostly voices. These are not signs of madness. They're the footprints of a prediction engine that cannot bear a lack of input. The phenomenon of auditory hallucinations in silence is so common that researchers have studied it in anechoic chambers, rooms designed to eliminate all sound reflections. Rather than calm, many people feel unease or even distress in such spaces, as their brain begins to generate internal noise to replace the absent external cues. You begin to hear your own heartbeat, your breath, the blood rushing past your eardrums, and then perhaps you begin to hear more, a tone that isn't there, a whisper behind your shoulder, a song you haven't heard in years, that emerges as clearly as if someone pressed play. Your brain is trying to interpret the void the only way it knows how, by filling it. This drive for auditory interpretation begins early in life. Infants learn language by being bathed in sound, and their brains develop not just to recognize words but to expect them. Over time, this expectation becomes so powerful that the mind can hallucinate speech from meaningless noise. This is why you sometimes hear your name being called in the wind or think your phone buzzed when it didn't. It's why you hear lyrics in gibberish or detect voices in static. The mechanism behind this is called pareidolia, and while it's most commonly associated with seeing faces in clouds or patterns in randomness, it applies just as powerfully to sound. Your auditory system is not passive. It is constantly predicting, comparing input against expectation, and trying to resolve ambiguity into structure. This is part of what makes music so emotionally rich. When you listen to a melody, your brain is not just reacting. It's anticipating the next note, the next chord, the resolution of a pattern. Silence in music, the carefully placed pause, is not emptiness. It is tension, a moment where your auditory system leans forward, waiting to complete the loop. The silence says something because your brain makes it speak. And sometimes, consider the phenomenon of musical ear syndrome, where people with hearing loss experience complex hallucinations of music, songs, orchestras, sometimes full choral arrangements, despite total silence around them. This is not a psychological breakdown, it's the brain overcompensating for missing input, conjuring structure from emptiness, like a candle in a dark room casting imaginary shapes on the wall. The auditory cortex can light up without real sound, and the experience can feel vividly real. Similarly, tinnitus, the persistent ringing or buzzing in the ears, affects millions of people and is not always linked to an external cause. In many cases, it arises from the brain's attempt to fill the void of lost frequencies, when the ear stops sending certain tones due to damage or age. The brain responds by turning up the internal gain, amplifying its own noise floor until it creates sound from nothing. This is your own nervous system inventing sensation to compensate for absence. Even in healthy individuals, illusions abound. The phantom word illusion involves playing overlapping streams of meaningless syllables, and after a few seconds, listeners begin to hear actual words emerge. Words that are not there, but which feel distinct, intentional, and clear. The McGurk effect demonstrates how what you see can change what you hear. If you watch a video of someone mouthing "gah" while hearing "ba," your brain might perceive "da." The visual and auditory signals are fused by the brain into something new, something that exists nowhere except in your perception. In this way, your auditory world is not simply the result of air vibrations entering your ears, but of multisensory integration, prior experience, expectations, and internal narrative. Sound is co-created by the environment and your interpretation of it. In silence, your interpretive systems don't shut off, they become even more active, sometimes desperately so. Think of the times you've sat in bed at night and become convinced of distant footsteps, or of whispering voices beyond your wall, only to find nothing there. Or the times when the hum of a refrigerator transforms into the murmuring of a conversation. These illusions stem not from delusion, but from your brain's fundamental tendency to infer the presence of meaningful patterns, especially in uncertain or ambiguous contexts. The less input it has, the more it fills in. This has evolutionary roots. In the wild, it's safer to hear a predator that isn't there than to miss one that is. A false positive, hearing something in silence, is less dangerous than a false negative, failing to detect real danger. Thus, our auditory systems are biased toward overinterpretation. This bias persists even in modern life, manifesting in everything from religious experiences, involving hearing voices, to moments of inspiration where a melody seems to appear out of nowhere. Composers often report that music arrives in their mind fully formed, unbidden, and from no apparent source. But what if silence was the canvas, and the brain the composer, painting sound where none existed? Language itself is shaped by these perceptual dynamics. When someone speaks quickly or unclearly, your brain doesn't just process the sounds, it predicts what was meant. This is why you can understand someone mumbling in your native language, but struggle to comprehend a clear sentence in a foreign one. Your brain is filling gaps using a probabilistic model of what should be there. This also means you can hear entire sentences that were never spoken if the cues suggest they belong. When two people listen to a distorted audio clip and are primed with different possible interpretations, they often report completely different words, both confident in what they heard. And when the clip is played again with a subtitle or suggestion, suddenly, the noise becomes clear, because your brain has been told what to expect, and expectation shapes perception. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is a playground for prediction. In this sense, auditory perception is not linear, but cyclical. Your brain constantly cycles between prediction and correction, between guess and feedback. In silence, the feedback loop is broken, so the guess lingers unchecked, taking root as perception. This is the auditory version of dreaming with your eyes open. In the absence of input, the output becomes untethered from reality, and what remains is a performance staged entirely within your own mind. But perhaps the most profound dimension of this is not the illusion of sound, but the illusion of certainty. You trust your hearing. When you hear your name called, you turn. When you hear footsteps behind you, your heart races. When someone whispers a secret, you lean in. But what if half of those experiences were illusions? Not imagined in a conscious way, but unconsciously constructed, real to you, but not to the world. This possibility reframes what it means to perceive. It suggests that every moment of listening is also a moment of imagination, that what you hear may be as much a product of internal state as of external signal, and that even in a room without noise, your experience is rich with phantom tones, spectral rhythms, and ghostly echoes of memories long forgotten. When you sit in true quiet, what surfaces is not nothingness. It is the mind unmasked. The silence reveals not the absence of sound, but the presence of self, filtered through every expectation, fear, hope, and memory that shapes the way you listen. And in that listening, you begin to realize that perception is never passive. It is an active construction, a collaboration between world and mind, between stimulus and story. Even the stillness hums, even the silence sings. The universe you know might be a narrative, not a place. What if the universe isn't a thing you exist in, but a story you are being told? And more astonishingly, a story you are telling yourself as you go. Not a backdrop of stars and space and time, but a tale unfolding moment by moment inside your consciousness, stitched together from fragments of sensation, memory, language, and guesswork, wrapped in consistency just enough to feel solid. You have been taught to see the cosmos as a place, a vast container for galaxies, particles, light, and dark. But what if it's more accurate to think of it as a continuously generated narrative, constructed by your brain from the moment you were born? Not merely perceived, but composed. With you as both author and audience, you may believe you're moving through the universe, but neurologically speaking, the universe moves through you, Sensory data flows in, and your mind weaves it into a story with continuity, coherence, and causality. This story feels like reality because it has rules, persistence, and structure. But stories can feel true even when they're fiction, especially when they're immersive. The brain, it turns out, is a masterful storyteller. It doesn't passively reflect reality. It actively creates it, filling in gaps, imposing order, inventing explanations. It gives you a beginning, middle, and end. Even when life is chaos, it supplies a character arc for you, the protagonist. And like every good narrative, it edits the past, forecasts the future, and rationalizes the inexplicable. But here's the twist. The story is never objective. It's personalized, localized, shaped by language, memory, culture, emotion, belief, and attention. What you think of as the universe might not be the same universe I inhabit. You are not just in a universe. You are inside a universe of meaning, built layer by layer out of your interpretations. The stars and atoms may be real, but your experience of them is story-shaped. That sunrise is not just photons hitting your retina. It's awe, nostalgia, beauty, warmth, myth. Your universe includes not just the facts of what exists, but the meanings you attach to them. And those meanings define what reality feels like. This becomes even more apparent when you consider how the brain handles time. You don't experience it as a ticking clock. You experience it as narrative flow, with causality and memory and momentum. Moments don't just happen, they make sense in a sequence. You feel the past leading to the present and nudging toward the future. But physics tells us the universe may be a block of four-dimensional space-time, where all moments exist at once, and any sense of movement through it is an illusion. So where does the flowing now come from? From you? From your mind's need to build a coherent story in which you are moving through a world rather than everything being already there. Without this constructed narrative, the universe would appear frozen, meaningless, disconnected. And here's where things get even stranger. The brain doesn't just interpret reality as a story. It uses the very machinery of narrative to create the self. That voice in your head, that sense of continuity, that feeling that you have a past and a future and a personality. It's built using the same regions of the brain involved in storytelling. Damage those regions and the self fractures. You no longer know who you are, or you tell wildly inconsistent stories about yourself. Your life stops making sense because the narrative thread has snapped. Neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga showed that the left hemisphere acts like an interpreter. It tries to explain your behavior, even when it doesn't know why you did something. It confabulates, rationalizes, fills in the gaps. You think you are reporting reality, but you are writing it on the fly. You are the narrator, not just the character. This narrative nature of experience becomes more obvious when you lose it. Like during deep meditation, brain injury, dissociative states, or psychedelics. When the story unravels, so does the world. Time may stretch or vanish. The sense of self may dissolve. Events may lose their sequence or meaning. This shows how fragile the constructed story really is, and how tightly it holds your experience together. Even the idea of objects existing in space around you depends on narrative cohesion. You don't see a chair as just a pattern of light and shadow, you see it as a place to sit, with purpose and familiarity. If the brain's storytelling system falters, objects can lose their identity, space can feel distorted, and the world can seem unfamiliar or dreamlike. There are patients with brain lesions who can describe what's in front of them, but no longer know what it's for. Their story of the world is broken. This reveals that what we call perception is really a form of storytelling, a weaving of function, context, and expectation into a seamless whole. Even causality, the bedrock of science and logic, may be an imposed narrative. Your brain expects causes to lead to effects, so it constructs that pattern even where none exists. In experiments, when events occur simultaneously, your brain sometimes rearranges them to fit a more plausible story. You believe one thing caused another, because that's how the script should go, not because it is true. In fact, whole branches of quantum physics challenge the idea of fixed causality. In some interpretations, effects can influence causes, and time doesn't flow in a single direction. But your mind resists this because it disrupts the story. We crave a universe that unfolds like a novel, not one that loops or branches, or folds in on itself. The narrative impulse is so strong that it operates even when you're not aware of it. Dreams are narratives built from memory fragments and emotions. Daydreams are mental fictions that help you simulate possibilities. Rumors spread because they fit familiar stories. Advertisements work because they plug into existing plots about happiness, success, or identity. Political ideologies thrive because they offer stories with villains and heroes, problems and solutions. And religion, arguably the oldest form of cosmic storytelling, turns the unfathomable into meaning by giving it narrative shape. Even science, for all its rigor, organizes reality into narratives, hypotheses, experiments, results, conclusions. These stories are provisional, falsifiable, and evidence-based, but they still appeal to our craving for order, cause, and effect. But just because something is a narrative doesn't mean it's not real. Stories are how the brain interfaces with reality. Without narrative, you'd be overwhelmed by chaos. The question isn't whether you live in a story, it's whether you realize it. Because once you do, you begin to question which parts of your universe are real and which are interpretations. You begin to see how different people live in radically different universes, not because the laws of physics change, but because their stories do. And this has profound implications. If your universe is shaped by narrative, then changing the story changes the experience. Trauma is not just what happened. It's the story you tell about what it means. Healing then may involve rewriting that story. Identity is not fixed. It's a narrative work in progress. Growth means adding new chapters. Even perception can be altered by reframing the plot. If you think of pain as punishment, it worsens. If you think of it as signal or healing, it eases. Your expectations color your reality. Because your expectations write the script. This doesn't mean anything goes, or that facts don't matter. But it does mean the line between fact and meaning is blurrier than we like to admit. The universe out there may be cold and vast and indifferent. But the universe in here, the one you live in every waking moment, is warm, emotional, and full of narrative texture. It's shaped by love and fear, by memory and imagination, by symbols and metaphors. And recognizing that this is a construction doesn't make it less meaningful. In fact, it makes it more precious, because it means you are not a passive spectator of reality. You are its co-creator. You are the teller of your universe's tale. So next time you look at the stars and wonder where you are, pause and ask yourself, are you in a universe, or are you inside a story about one? And if it's a story, who's writing the next sentence? The universe you know might be a narrative, not a place. What if the universe isn't a thing you exist in, but a story you are being told? And more astonishingly, a story you are telling yourself as you go. Not a backdrop of stars and space and time, but a tale unfolding moment by moment inside your consciousness, stitched together from fragments of sensation, memory, language, and guesswork, wrapped in consistency just enough to feel solid. You have been taught to see the cosmos as a place, a vast container for galaxies, particles, light, and dark. But what if it's more accurate to think of it as a continuously generated narrative, constructed by your brain from the moment you were born? Not merely perceived, but composed. With you as both author and audience, you may believe you're moving through the universe, but neurologically speaking, the universe moves through you. Sensory data flows in, and your mind weaves it into a story with continuity, coherence, and causality. This story feels like reality because it has rules, persistence, and structure. But stories can feel true even when they're fiction, especially when they're immersive. The brain, it turns out, is a masterful storyteller. It doesn't passively reflect reality. It actively creates it, filling in gaps, imposing order, inventing explanations. It gives you a beginning, middle, and end. Even when life is chaos, it supplies a character arc for you, the protagonist. And like every good narrative, it edits the past, forecasts the future, and rationalizes the inexplicable. But here's the twist. The story is never objective. It's personalized, localized, shaped by language, memory, culture, emotion, belief, and attention. What you think of as the universe might not be the same universe I inhabit. You are not just in a universe. You are inside a universe of meaning, built layer by layer out of your interpretations. The stars and atoms may be real, but your experience of them is story-shaped. That sunrise is not just photons hitting your retina. It's awe, nostalgia, beauty, warmth, myth. Your universe includes not just the facts of what exists, but the meanings you attach to them. And those meanings define what reality feels like. This becomes even more apparent when you consider how the brain handles time. You don't experience it as a ticking clock. You experience it as narrative flow, with causality and memory and momentum. Moments don't just happen, they make sense in a sequence. You feel the past leading to the present and nudging toward the future, but physics tells us the universe may be a block of four-dimensional space-time, where all moments exist at once, and any sense of movement through it is an illusion. So where does the flowing now come from? From you? From your mind's need to build a coherent story in which you are moving through a world rather than everything being already there. Without this constructed narrative, the universe would appear frozen, meaningless, disconnected. And here's where things get even stranger. The brain doesn't just interpret reality as a story. It uses the very machinery of narrative to create the self, that voice in your head, that sense of continuity, that feeling that you have a past and a future and a personality. It's built using the same regions of the brain involved in storytelling. Damage those regions and the self fractures. You no longer know who you are, or you tell wildly inconsistent stories about yourself. Your life stops making sense because the narrative thread has snapped. Neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga showed that the left hemisphere acts like an interpreter. It tries to explain your behavior, even when it doesn't know why you did something. It confabulates, rationalizes, fills in the gaps. You think you are reporting reality, but you are writing it on the fly. You are the narrator, not just the character. This narrative nature of experience becomes more obvious when you lose it. Like during deep meditation, brain injury, dissociative states, or psychedelics. When the story unravels, so does the world. Time may stretch or vanish. The sense of self may dissolve. Events may lose their sequence or meaning. This shows how fragile the constructed story really is, and how tightly it holds your experience together. Even the idea of objects existing in space around you depends on narrative cohesion. You don't see a chair as just a pattern of light and shadow, you see it as a place to sit, with purpose and familiarity. If the brain's storytelling system falters, objects can lose their identity, space can feel distorted, and the world can seem unfamiliar or dreamlike. There are patients with brain lesions who can describe what's in front of them, but no longer know what it's for. Their story of the world is broken. This reveals that what we call perception is really a form of storytelling, a weaving of function, context, and expectation into a seamless whole. Even causality, the bedrock of science and logic, may be an imposed narrative. Your brain expects causes to lead to effects, so it constructs that pattern even where none exists. In experiments, when events occur simultaneously, your brain sometimes rearranges them to fit a more plausible story. You believe one thing caused another, because that's how the script should go, not because it is true. In fact, whole branches of quantum physics challenge the idea of fixed causality. In some interpretations, effects can influence causes, and time doesn't flow in a single direction. But your mind resists this because it disrupts the story. We crave a universe that unfolds like a novel, not one that loops or branches, or folds in on itself. The narrative impulse is so strong that it operates even when you're not aware of it. Dreams are narratives built from memory fragments and emotions. Daydreams are mental fictions that help you simulate possibilities. Rumors spread because they fit familiar stories. Advertisements work because they plug into existing plots about happiness, success, or identity. Political ideologies thrive because they offer stories with villains and heroes, problems and solutions. And religion, arguably the oldest form of cosmic storytelling, turns the unfathomable into meaning by giving it narrative shape. Even science, for all its rigor, organizes reality into narratives, hypotheses, experiments, results, conclusions. These stories are provisional, falsifiable, and evidence-based, but they still appeal to our craving for order, cause, and effect. But just because something is a narrative doesn't mean it's not real. Stories are how the brain interfaces with reality. Without narrative, you'd be overwhelmed by chaos. The question isn't whether you live in a story, it's whether you realize it. Because once you do, you begin to question which parts of your universe are real and which are interpretations. You begin to see how different people live in radically different universes, not because the laws of physics change, but because their stories do. And this has profound implications. If your universe is shaped by narrative, then changing the story changes the experience. Trauma is not just what happened. It's the story you tell about what it means. Healing then may involve rewriting that story. Identity is not fixed. It's a narrative work in progress. Growth means adding new chapters. Even perception can be altered by reframing the plot. If you think of pain as punishment, it worsens. If you think of it as signal or healing, it eases. Your expectations color your reality. Because your expectations write the script. This doesn't mean anything goes, or that facts don't matter. But it does mean the line between fact and meaning is blurrier than we like to admit. The universe out there may be cold and vast and indifferent. But the universe in here, the one you live in every waking moment, is warm, emotional, and full of narrative texture. It's shaped by love and fear, by memory and imagination, by symbols and metaphors. And recognizing that this is a construction doesn't make it less meaningful. In fact, it makes it more precious, because it means you are not a passive spectator of reality. You are its co-creator. You are the teller of your universe's tale. So next time you look at the stars and wonder where you are, pause and ask yourself, are you in a universe, or are you inside a story about one? And if it's a story, who's writing the next sentence?